Hello, viewer.
Is there one in there?
Up there gone.
Was it us? Yeah, I look great.
So I was at Jeremy's wedding this weekend.
Do you want to mute us while
Hey, we're back. We're watching Wheel of Fortune. Woo! Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Woo woo. Mongo will be here when he comes in. We're at my new place, so that's why it looks different. I know there's no one actually watching. Pull up the chat. See if people start chatting. Is there a way for me to pop this out? Oh, here's the live chat, I think. No. Yeah. Is this the chat? What does that mean? I don't know. I guess I can't. I don't know how any of this works. We're live, by the way.
I'm ready. I'm coming over in 1 second.
I mean, we've been live this whole time, but now we're like on.
If we watch this in the future, will there just be like 40 minutes of game time before anything starts?
You betcha.
Nice.
I might just cut it out. I think I can. I'll figure that out when we get there.
If not, just drop it. Show actually starts at.
No. This is much more comical not to have that. This is why people are just wasting 40 minutes of their day. If there's anything I like in my life, it's to waste people's time. I'll give you a good time.
Now we can get sued by CBS.
Oh, yeah. Tommy will be joining us eventually when he gets here. Again, there's no viewers, so I don't know who I'm talking to. But man, this Wheel of Fortune's going great. This guy with glasses, who looks like a lot of generic white men with glasses.
In case you're watching this in the future and you're wondering what is actually going on right now, we, like many of you who are watching live right now, have no idea what time the draft actually really starts. They say 8 o'clock, but we really don't know what that means for the first officially on the clock. So we're just going to watch Wheel of Fortune and then Stephen A. just kind of yell and mute.
Well, I mean, in the next
notice.
4 minutes, this will end and it goes to the draft. This is so we are on the right channel.
That's fair.
So my guess is the draft doesn't start at 8 because they would have to have, they want to have some sort of preamble.
That makes sense.
I don't think that's the right. But anyway, but yeah, the NBA Finals has concluded. I think that they need to possibly look at changing when they do the draft. The fact that the finals just ended Sunday, and on Wednesday is the draft.
They have a bright future. Sorry, I'm playing Wheel of Fortune. Please continue.
Oh, you're correct.
Let's go! Spoilers.
Um,
If you're watching this and then tuning into June 25th's Wheel of Fortune months from now, sorry, I ruined it for you. Please continue.
and did he get? Oh, he got 40K.
Yeah!
Yeah. Woo! Good
That
job.
guy.
Yeah, you and your partner seem happy about this.
Good job, Gerard. There, now I ruined the whole episode for you. You know who wins, how they win, and what they win.
And I'm, yep, and apparently Ryan Seacrest, right? That's what that is.
That is Ryan Seacrest, yes.
When did he take over?
I don't know.
They couldn't find
Somewhere in the last year or so.
whatever. They couldn't find anyone more relevant.
Now, I will say this, getting back to what you were just saying, though.
Yeah, so
Part of the problem to me, and not problem, I actually like that they do it this close because they do not have what the NFL can offer by way of the combine, by way of storytelling between the Super Bowl and the draft. They also don't have free agency before the draft the way the NFL does. And so,
which I think I like that you have it beforehand.
right, if you're going to move the draft, what you need to do is you need to make the combine better. You need to change the free agency, which means you need to change the way some of the contracts work. It would be a bigger problem than just let's just move the draft back. But if you just did that, if you just moved the draft to August 15th and said, oh, people will pay attention to basketball for 2 months, they will not. I'm sorry, the sport is not, and it's only losing steam as we start to get away from super teams and things of that nature, which we'll talk about throughout the night as well once we have the entire crowd in.
Yeah, I mean, so spoilers for the NBA Finals, the OKC Thunder came out victorious. Congratulations, OKC. You well deserved. You guys dominated all year, and I guess took a break during the finals,
and got a little soft on us, boys. A little bit soft.
But then you remembered, oh, we got to win this. And if it wasn't for Halliburton's injury, it may have not gotten this way. 9 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game, ending his season and potentially most of next season for him. It's quite unfortunate. I know Kevin's family is cheering for it, not for the injury, that because they just don't like the Pacers. Kevin's hatred for the Pacers is unrivaled. But that was, I don't know. What's your thoughts on Knicks fans' hatred for the Pacers?
I mean, I don't really. The fact that it's the Pacers is borderline the irrelevant part of it. I mean, because Reggie Miller, and give him credit, Reggie Miller did such a good job of being a heel, in a sport that doesn't really do it that way. You are either a legend or you're not in the NBA, right? You have the rings or you don't. Reggie did a great job of being a heel, and that's carried over. But it's not uncommon for the Knicks fan to hate fill in the blank. It's not uncommon for a New York fan to hate fill in the blank. The reason that Knicks fans can kind of choose is because of the sports, they have the least divisional stress, right? The Yankee fan organically has the Red Sox fan to hate in their division. The Giant fan organically has the Eagle fan right down 95. The Knicks fan has nothing against the Net fan. The Nets weren't even in the NBA. They were literally in a different league when we started this, right? They're the little brother in New York. And so there is no real organic hatred. Ask an older Knicks fan, they hate the Celtics for their runs in the 80s. Ask an even older Knicks fan, you're going back to Bill Russell. There's that. But there's really been no reason. I mean, Boston had the one little run, when they had their, super team in the late 2000, aughts. But otherwise, for the last, 35 years, there's been no one for the Knicks to organically hate. So they've hated the guys who want to be hated. You look at when Kobe comes into MSG, you look at Reggie doing his choke thing. You look at Jordan, guys who take on the stress, right? Miami literally starts a brawl, literally drags Jeff Van Gundy down the court. But there's no reason, there's no organic spot for them to hate.
Atlanta right now with Trae Young is a big thing. Was there a hatred for Atlanta before that?
No, because again, it's more about the guy than, I guess what I'm saying is that if Cade Cunningham had done the choke signal in the first round of the playoffs this year, we'd be hating on Detroit more than Indiana in the city right now.
That's fair.
Halliburton happens to be bringing the Pacers back into this, and he did a really, really good job of alluding to the team's history, right? Like it would be like if Lonzo Ball, hit a three to beat the Knicks and then did the Larry Johnson L, right? It would be that level of historic and good job. Listen, Tyrese Halliburton, you had the whole gauntlet these playoffs. You really embraced the heel, which is why the injury in a way is you never want to see anyone get injured, but it's if he hadn't made himself a heel in these playoffs, the world, the NBA world would have stopped in its tracks. If he had been, truly heroic, and people tried to compare him to Willis Reed in Game 6, which is absurd. But if he had been the babyface of these playoffs, it would have taken on a whole different connotation when he went down. Instead, it was just the generic, oh, you hate to see an injury. And of course, because the finals got as close as they did, it put an asterisk on everything in a lot of people's eyes. But the fact that Halliburton is on the Pacers is more situational. We're more angry at the latest guy to be angry at than we are any sort of team.
Unless you're Kevin.
Exactly. Hey, we got Steve in the chat. What's up, Steve? What's up, dude?
Hi. Sorry you didn't join us.
Yeah, for those who have watched us every year, we normally do this live from Steve's basement. So he's on location this year.
But now I have a place of my own that has central air. You can maybe hear it, but it's a lot better than the air conditioning units we used to do. If you check out the old.
That's true. Kilroy's old place, pre-Steve. Woo-hoo! It was some fun noise. Steve, how many picks did the Nets end up taking in the first round tonight?
They have 5 picks, right?
They have 5 at the moment. How many do they take?
Let me pull up Twitter also so I can keep track of if there's any major things. Sounds like Tommy's here. Knicks will interview Pelicans assistant coach James Borrego.
Oh, guys, I'm trying not to drink through this. Steve says 9 first-round picks will be taken by the Nets in this draft.
Then apparently Jason Kidd really does. I keep seeing tons and tons of articles of Jason Kidd really wants to coach the Knicks. And by the way, my favorite, Kevin is so obsessed with whether or not the Knicks end up doing tampering. Why does he care?
Listen, there are only 59 picks in this draft this year because of the Knicks effed up on tampering, and I couldn't be happier. Let's make these drafts even shorter. If half of these teams could tamper and lose a pick, and we can be done by 7:45 tomorrow, I'd be happy. We now have a fantasy football trade going on in the chat, so we've already fallen off the rails real nice.
I approve. I also agree with Colin. You should indeed trade him CMC.
Do it, Steve. Do it. Do it. You're
pressuring you.
We got you, Colin. Let's go.
Oh, Adam Silver's on the stage. Again, as per usual, we will not have the sound of it. So you just get to hear me and Mongo, and eventually maybe. Oh, no, that was my roommate.
Oh, Colin and Steve and anyone else who joins throughout the night, we need you to be our eyes and ears actually on the TV because we're going solely off of what we think might be happening.
And whatever I find on Twitter. No NBA team has ever selected 5 players in the first round, according to Bobby Marks.
Colin, you missed it before you got here. Steve did not take the assignment fully to heart. How many picks do you think the Nets actually end up taking in the first round tonight? Is the question on the table.
Also, are your kids asleep this early?
You're so jealous.
My kid doesn't go to bed till almost 10. Yeah, I mean, he also doesn't wake up till like 7 or 8. So yeah,
that's fair.
But I'm also at work by then, so
that's fair. Just first, Colin. Just first.
Man, this isn't. Is the clock started? I don't think so.
I think it would pop up.
I think. My guess is 8:15.
I'm sure it said somewhere on Earth.
Yeah, hey, what you gonna do?
Cooper Flagg looking borderline pissed to be there.
Wouldn't you rather be at your house?
I'd rather be in Dallas. Listen, the Mavericks have 1 pick, no second rounder, nothing else.
3. Okay, I think that's reasonable. So that means they would be traded.
3 is reasonable
because they do want to trade up.
I think they should trade their 2 middle ones. I think they should use 19 and 23 to get up. Because I think the middle of this draft, where you have that like high upside, low floor guys, is actually the most dangerous. I love the end of the first round. I love the top 8. I want nothing to do with picks like 9 through 20 in this draft. Oh, wow. Dallas is on the clock. Nice early night for us. Let's go.
All right. Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll be done in about 4:11. Fingers crossed.
We say this every year. There's only 2.5 hours of clock because there's only 1 round. So if this thing isn't over by 10:37, they lied about the clock. It's
yeah, but they're going to be lying about it because they got commercials.
Right, but it runs. There's a commercial going on right now. The clock's still rolling. If they have 5 minutes of real time, not 5 minutes of the cameras in the room time.
I don't know. Okay, Steve also thinks 3.
All right, I respect that.
Maybe I should pull up something for this other screen because right now, how many jerseys do you have with you? Steve wants to know.
Oh, listen, I love this new place Kilroy has, but it's a very, very long commute. So I have 3 outfit changes, but only 1 jersey. and I roll with the Raptors because, Colin, we were talking about this before. I think in any
You can also just
order,
go in my closet.
that's true. In any order, 1 through 8 is chalk tonight. I think the draft really actually starts at 9. I think the first 8 picks are
I think
correct in some order.
I think because it's we have to. We're pulling up Yahoo Sports for the draft.
Naturally.
We could pick something better. Where's the draft on here?
Right here.
Yeah, but okay. That's the. There we go. Oh God, this is horrendous. Let's go to ESPN.
Well, as people fill in, it'll fill in. Right now, it's just
Where's
a
my
series
ad
of
blocker?
banners.
Well, I mean, I don't use ad blocker. Why isn't it working? I don't want this.
Yikes. Anyway, what I was saying, Dallas, if you're the one pick, that's it. No second rounder, no anything. Why even have Cooper Flagg be in this room? Just everyone stay in Dallas, make the pick by 8:01. Everyone party the night away in Dallas. I don't know what we're doing here. Like in draft day, where they're somehow all partying in Cleveland an hour after the draft ends.
Okay, here we go. This is a lot better. Oh, Yankees are up 3-0. Top of the fourth.
Good, very good.
If I hit how do I get this one? NBA draft. Oh, pick is in. Who could it be? Who could it be? Draftcast. Rounds. There we go. Who will the Dallas Mavericks select with the first overall pick? If it's not Cooper Flagg, Cooper's going to be. I mean, Maverick fans are going to go crazy.
This would be the greatest,
especially seeing they've been saying, "Yeah, we're going to pick him." Well, this is enlightening.
Sweet, I'm taking over.
I'm going to grab me some socks.
Ooh, Colin, I adore that.
What's up?
Nick Claxton and 8 first for Cooper Flagg. If you're the Nets, though, you do have an actual problem of what is our goal for tonight, and do you panic? Like, if you want to get rid of these 3, let's say you want to get rid of 3 picks, you want to try and get 1 back, so you're trying to get rid of 3 and end up with 3 effectively. Are you saying basically we'll only move 3 at once, or will you move 1 if it helps you out a little bit? You're kind of playing sort of 2 separate games of dream scenario versus any little bit helps. And so you got to wonder, Colin, if they're thinking, listen, we'll do something a little bit crazier if it sets our number to the right number in 1 jump.
By the way, this is where they can do the hiding at the time.
Yes. Yeah, there's no 10. I'm writing it down. 10:37. Let's see how far off they are from that.
All right, because they're strategically not showing you that San Antonio's on the clock.
Also, Colin, if I could be guaranteed Malawach would still be there at 8, I'd be way more inclined to
for Greg
to move Claxton and anything else. But to me, there's a clear best center in this draft, and then it falls off a cliff. Actually, that's a lie. Every center, like 2 through 8, are equally okay. Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison reading the latest tweets about the Knicks coming for him. Lovely. Steve, is that Greg Jennings, the former Packer legend, or was that the name of what's his name in draft day? Wasn't that Greg Jennings?
So if you're Cooper Flagg and you see that Jason Kidd wants out, how upset are you?
I'm honestly not. Jason Kidd has a way with point guards and basically only point guards, and I'm Cooper Flagg. I don't really care. In fact, I probably don't want him as a coach. All right, so the first pick is in. It is Cooper Flagg. Colin, I completely agree with you. If they let us GM the Clippers for just a week, God, we'd be kicked out in a week, but what a week it would be.
Also, this had to be the pick, right?
Oh, yeah, no, this
it'd be weird if it wasn't.
Did I say? I don't think this thing matters until pick 9. I'm telling you this. I mean, we're gonna have a little fun here with where Ace Bailey gets drafted. We're gonna have a little fun.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to get drafted by certain teams,
Right.
And told them.
And he's made no secret about it. He's interesting. I think technically pick 5 Utah is a little fun. I mean, to me, Trey Johnson's
Actually,
the no-brainer.
Is
but,
whether or not Philly trades this pick and number 3.
Right. It's more a matter of who makes the picks than who are the picks in the first 8. To me, the first 8 guys are obvious. For those who don't know, Colin, Steve, and I are in an 8-person fantasy dynasty basketball league. I think the first round is obvious because 8 is 8. But
so who do you got now? It starts and it's 8:13.
Okay, so that was a 6-minute clock, effectively.
So if it's 6 minutes between each pick, yeah, I mean that could get you easily to 11.
If Cooper Flagg's twin brother is anything like Jackson Dart's brother, I'm drafting him right now in the fantasy league.
I've heard Cooper's brother Ace is a good player too. I don't know how true that is.
I mean, I like that they only put the arrow on him. I don't know. Ace Flag sounds. I mean, it sounds like a superhero, but
Their family certainly chose like unique but like interesting names.
very.
They're not like, you know, where you're like they're spelled how you think they would be.
Mhm.
They're easy to pronounce, and I mean this. Yeah, he has a twin brother. His name is Ace, and I don't know if he's 6'7" 3/4" as well. He could be in the long line. This could be the next long line of twins. You have the Morris brothers. You have the Collins brothers. You have the Lopez brothers, and countless other NBA brothers that are twins. And by countless, I mean I just don't remember them all.
If they just said this, I apologize, but I'm Googling now and being told Ace Flag will be playing at Maine University this
They
winter.
did show that up.
So that's exciting.
Yeah, Cooper classified, right? And that's why he was able to come out earlier.
Sounds believable.
So one of the problems with being twins, I heard, especially if you're identical twins, is you don't actually know if you are who you really are.
Well, that's the kind of commentary you can only get at 8:15 on draft night, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, think about that, right? Like, how easy it must be to like mix them up if they're identical.
This is fair. Colin, which one is the one that gets in fights? Markieff or Marcus?
Don't they both? Which one is the one that was a Spur and a Knick in the same year? Because he was originally signing with the Spurs.
I genuinely, if you gave me 20 questions on the Morris twins right now, other than coin flip luck, would go over 20. Thank you.
Now Tommy's here.
Thank you, Steve.
Just in time for the Spurs pick.
Steve could identify that, Morris. Nicely done.
So this should be Dylan Harper.
This should be Dylan Harper. There's no reason for it not to be Dylan Harper. Listen, right? We just saw with the Thunder stockpile talent. Don't worry about position. I mean, you can make the argument that not even in their top 10 is Dylan Jones and Ousmane Dang. They traded 3 firsts for Dang and 5 seconds for Dylan Jones. The Thunder have shown it. Don't care about how you get talent. Get talent sorted out later. Dylan Harper's his own second tier here.
Yeah.
Take it. No brainer. Moving on. Tommy in the house. For those who don't know, Tommy is our resident, not exactly New England affiliate, but definitely not from around here. He joined us on draft night. He's getting into his Spurs gear for the Spurs pick. Right, live on camera.
I'm so glad that this is updating.
There you go.
Sorry I'm late.
That's all right.
No,
We're glad
you're
to have you. What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Good, good.
Welcome back.
Who did they
Oh, you're the worst.
Who do you think that they selected?
Cooper Flex.
You are terrible.
Hey, just saying. It could have been anybody.
It could have, but it
Could have
wouldn't.
been a trade.
Could have been.
It could have been Zion
It
Williamson.
could have been.
I heard that
Could have
Dallas
been.
selected Zion Williamson.
Could have been Paolo Banchero.
Mm-hmm. Paolo Banchero, the fact, yeah. Steve and Colin, what's your thought on the Magic trade? Who were the picks? The players traded in that?
KCP and Cole Anthony went to Memphis, and Desmond Bain went to Orlando
And like a bunch of draft picks.
and draft capital, including, I think, number 15 tonight.
Spurs pick is in.
Nick is in.
Colin, I'm with you, by the way. We'll talk more in a minute after Dylan Harper becomes a San Antonio Spur here, but
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's chalk. Kind of figured that was going to be the case.
Now they have a good young backcourt. Also, Dylan Harper probably could play another position other than just guard. But what do I know? I'm not an NBA executive. All right. Now we have Philly on the clock. Will Philly keep this pick? Because they've been trying to trade it in combination with Paul George. They want out of the Paul George contract so bad.
I would too.
I don't know why they even got him to begin with. It was a weird. I understand why they're trying to make a finals push, and injuries just decimated the 76ers this year. Like, if you told me the Sixers ended up getting the first overall pick, I would not be surprised. Would not have been surprised by that. The team was just decimated by injuries.
at the same time, though, so they are currently fifth best odds in Vegas as of yesterday to win the East. And that was before the Celtics yeeted their talent into the sun, meaning this is a team picking third overall, who I get that regular season wins don't necessarily translate right away to playoff, performance, right? We just saw with the Pacers winning from the 4 spot. But Vegas is saying they could see a world where the Sixers are hosting a playoff series next year. And that's before they're about to lose half their bench in free agency. They haven't even drafted a player yet. We don't know what they're doing with this pick. So the talent is, if in a vacuum, if you played out this season, and I get that everyone's a year older, I get Embiid's got his problems, but if you played this season out just on NBA Live, the numbers like what the Sixers are doing, and they can add a serious talent here. So really,
I think the Sixers are definitely going to be, are considered contenders.
Mhm.
And, I think they were only picking 3 because they had injury issues. They, if it wasn't for the fact that Embiid missed a lot of time, Paul George and Maxey,
Jared McCain only played 23 games. No one on
and
this
he
team
was
stayed healthy.
he was up there in was going to be the rookie of the year.
Adem Bona and Marvin Bagley's brother were their starting forwards in Game 82, guys. I can't stress this enough.
Marvin Bagley's brother
Yes,
in the NBA.
undrafted in 2023, Marcus Bagley started a game in the NBA last year. They were depleted. This is a team that definitely, can blow it up if they want to here. They can move down and try and get talent. I personally think, Colin, I don't know how much VJ Edgecombe highlights you've watched, but you're going to watch this guy and go, great googly moogly, that's Victor Oladipo. They could use some second team depth. Listen, you look at this team, Kyle Lowry, free agent, should be done. Eric Gordon's got the player option. He might be done. Yabusele might be going to the Spurs, by the way, but someone's going to take a flyer on him. Drummond's probably going to opt in, but you don't know about him. You got Lonnie Walker, you got Hood Schifino, you got Jared Butler, 3 guys 26 and under. You're going to lose some athleticism at the end of this bench. Ton of free agents on this team, ton of decisions to make. You can do a lot with it.
That's where Lonnie Walker is.
Lonnie Walker currently with the
That's
Sixers.
where he was now.
Well, currently being paid most recently by the Sixers. Colin, fantastic quote there, and we'll definitely talk more Magic when we get to
Who's Jet
that
Howard?
pick. Jet Howard was part of that big Michigan team 2 years ago, and that's one of the things. And again, I don't want to. I think this Philly pick is too interesting to start talking about the Magic right now, but the belief, Steve, to your comment about is Desmond Bane a difference maker? Well, a lot depends on what you think about the rest of the Magic. Is Desmond Bane able to be a tertiary option? And the answer to me is yes. He's good enough to be behind Banchero and Franz Wagner. But you look at this team, really not a whole lot by way of mid, and wings off the bench, unless you believe in Jet Howard. If you think Jet Howard can be an 8th, 9th man and, at least sort of a Deuce McBride type, microwave offense off the bench, that changes what this team looks like. Now, you do still have a pick in this draft. You can still try and find somebody who can, be instant offense off the bench. But if Jet Howard is ready, that changes a lot of what you might think about that trade, because giving up 2 for 1 when your team had some questions on the bench to begin with stings a lot less if someone's coming up naturally from the G League. Then it's 2 for 2 technically.
Is this the Magic here? 25 in the second round?
25 is in the first, but
Sorry, is this the first?
so
I'm sorry. I thought I saw the second round.
they
I thought it was the 25th pick in the second round. So that's
the Magic originally had 2 picks in the first round. They moved 1 in the Desmond Bane deal. So we will still hear from the Magic tonight. Colin, we were talking about this earlier tonight. Aside from the Nets with their infinity picks, the Magic are desperately trying to move up. And so we should hear from them. Colin, thank you very much. Colin adds that the Magic were the worst 3-point shooting team in the NBA last season. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. They desperately need to find somebody off this bench because Desmond Bane's going to start, right? We know that it's going to be Suggs, Bane, Wagner, Banchero, and probably Wendell Carter. And I mean, part of that problem is, you look at what they have in terms of their bigs. I mean, I'll give you the stat later on, but Mo Wagner, Batadze, Wendell Carter, and Jonathan Isaac combined for only 1.9 threes per game. I mean, a third of your lineup is giving you less than 2 in a spread the floor, center world we're living in now. They need to diversify up front as well, but a 3-point, friendly backup shooting guard would be super helpful.
apparently the Spurs traded the 38th overall pick to the Pacers for future second round pick and cash.
All right. So the Pacers, nice, Colin. So the Pacers have moved up, I should say, which is not a terrible surprise. It's a really deep second round of big men. There are seniors and super seniors out of college all over the place, centers. And you look at the Pacers, Isaiah Jackson's a restricted free agent. Obviously, we know Miles Turner is one of the sexiest names out there in the unrestricted free agent world. Thomas Bryant, unrestricted. Tony Bradley, team option. So they may need a whole new core of bigs. So getting 2 shots in the second instead of 1 shot in the second
so the pick is in.
Is not a terrible idea for them.
The 76ers draft VJ Edgecombe.
All right. So we are a little bit ahead of the TV, but VJ Edgecombe is going to be the pick. I love that pick. Colin, watch this. You're going to go, oh my God, that's Victor Oladipo. But I love this pick. That gives them 3 really, really awesome guards to work with in Maxey McCain and him. Again, no offense to Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry, but I believe that was a combined 75 years of age on their bench. That's not going to get it done, where literally Yahoo wrote an article about how the Thunder's secret weapon was speed. This is a no-brainer pick in the way the league is moving right now. I love this pick a lot.
Do you think that they're going to keep this pick? That they're going to keep him?
Well,
Or are they going to potentially package him?
Colin loves that the NBA doesn't do draft day trades. His favorite thing is that they might have the wrong hat on at any given moment. Love you, Colin. But
I hate that.
But Colin actually hates it. It's Colin's least favorite thing about the NBA, debatably. But I don't know why you would move this pick. I mean, this is a kid who can come in right away, develop the same way Maxey did, develop the same way McCain did. And you saw it last year. The Sixers overcorrected 2 years ago, right? They saw a window last year, and they went out and just found every 33 and older year guy to put on their bench, right? Which has worked before, right? We talked about John Sally won a championship when he was like 40 years old, behind Michael Jordan and behind Shaq. Like, we've seen this happen for 25, 30 years, but they overcorrected. Once their stars all got hurt, their old guys couldn't get it done. You need somebody who can come in and still immediately contribute. And I get he's a rookie. You can't be like, oh man, as long as Edgecombe's playing 42 minutes by April, we'll be fine. But at the same time, you want somebody that's going to still be able to keep up, literally keep up with the pace of the league, to go along with those veterans. Because again, I don't think you're going to lose everybody. I think Drummond comes back. I think you keep some of the veterans on that bench. But it needed an injection of youth for sure. I hope they keep this pick. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. They were trying. Maybe nothing just came up, and they end up keeping him. We will see.
Does anyone know what BJ is short for? Like, I'm not even trying to make a joke.
I don't know.
I'm going to guess Victor Joseph, but I have no idea.
That'd be pretty dope.
Do you have the answer, or were you genuinely setting me up for failure here?
Me?
No, it's Tommy. Do you have it? Or
I don't.
oh, Tommy, I thought that was a trivia question.
No.
He said, "I genuinely want to know." I don't know how you
Uh,
misinterpreted that. I could look, but where's the fun in that for me? I'm scanning to see if there's been any trades. Here, I have the internet in front of me. Let's look it up. BJ. Here we go.
BJ.
His name is Valdez. Oh, he's junior.
Valdez Jr.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. That's fun.
Shout out to my coworker Valdez, by the way. You're dope. You got a good head on your shoulders. That's all.
Fair enough.
Who do we think Charlotte is taking? Because do they want Ace? Do they take him even though he doesn't want to play for them?
They don't. They're going to take Concanepple here.
Do they trade them?
That's the question. That's really the question here. Has the Concanepple talk just been a smokescreen? Is somebody coming in? Because they, by all accounts, look at every mock draft, look at any inside track person. This is going to be Con here. The question is it Charlotte? And if it isn't Charlotte, does it stay Concanepple? If this is not him, I lean towards it's being traded. But if this is Concanepple here, then my guess would be they are keeping the pick. I mean, you have some wild, I guess I'll say wild players, right? I mean, not bad players, but Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball, are not. They need a guy who can just be a rock on offense. They need this guy more than Ace.
Apparently, Ball is part of the problem, right? Of why he doesn't want to play there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, LaMelo Ball.
I mean, is LaMelo is he a? Because I don't want to say he's obviously a difference maker, right? He has stats. Are they just empty? Like, I don't know. Can he lead a team? Is he a type of player to lead a team, or is he has to be like the secondary?
So I personally don't think so. But if you are going to have him try to lead a team where, other than Miles Bridges, who's the old man at 27, this entire team is 24 and younger. The starters. You thought Josh Green's only 24? That blew my mind. I genuinely thought he was in his 30s. Josh Green is 24 freaking years.
Are you sure it's not just a different Josh Green?
It might be. But he only came over last year, right? They add Nurkic at the deadline. They add Josh Okogie at the deadline. This team, Brandon Miller missed a ton of games last year. This team is still settling in. And so as much as I don't think Ball is the answer as a floor general, as much as I don't think he is the answer as a team leader, it's unfair to go off of last year. You now have some depth. You have Brandon Miller back. You look like you have a general core, and giving him arguably the safest and really slowest player in the league who knows his role, who is a Duke boy, so he knows the area, right? He knows Southern basketball. He knows Southern living. Giving him something safe for once, when you have Miles Bridges, who had that whole, issue with, off the court, when you have Brandon Miller, who also had his own issues off the court, that ended up getting completely, cleared. But then he was injured. Giving him something safe here makes a whole lot of sense. All right. We'll talk about that when we get to those teams. nothing immediate in has happened. But to me, Charlotte, keep this pick, and don't Ace. If you add Ace Bailey to the circus that is Charlotte, trade Ball, fire. Who is it? Is it Clifford? Is it Borrego? Whoever's turn it is to coach the Hornets.
It's not
just-
Borrego, because Borrego might be the Knicks coach.
Then it is Steve Clifford. Whatever's coaching Charlotte, just fire it. Just let him go.
Whenever they get some
Um,
opportunity.
What? Yeah. Also, Windy made it very clear that, in Windy's opinion, Ace Bailey needs to go to a team that basically one bad pick won't fire a GM because he has that wild of a floor, which is crazy to talk about a player who was a surefire number 3, 3 weeks ago. But that's not Charlotte, folks. Charlotte does not have, in place. Ironically, Philly did. And even though the Wizards don't, I think with all of them being in their 3rd year in the front office in Washington, it would be a huge show of trust for the owners to sign off on taking a swing on Ace Bailey. That's why I think he actually lands in Washington if one of these other
He
veteran
wants
teams
to play
doesn't
for
trade up.
Washington, I believe. That's
He
one of
wants
his
to play
teams.
for Washington. He'd be able to come right in as the starting 4 there. They only have 7 young guys. They're actively. You saw what they did that trade, right? We'll talk about that in a little bit. They're actively trying to trade into the Sun. Anyone above, it's like a Logan's Run situation, right? They're trading away anybody above the age of 26 in Washington. So, that's a good fit for him. Also, I know he doesn't want to play in Utah, but listen, Nepo baby, I think it's Austin Ainge, right? Danny Ainge's son just took over a job there. You want to talk about job safety? Come on.
Oh, check is in.
Mix in.
And for whatever reason, I turned off my phone. Not off. And it's yep.
All right, so it is Con Kneppel, the shooter from Duke, which I think it's the right move. I really do.
Is he worthy of such a high pick?
Is he the 4th best player in this draft? I do not think so. However, does everyone just make a big board off of talent and say, I'm taking the next guy no matter what? No. So can you fault Charlotte for doing that? Absolutely not. I personally I don't even think he's my favorite player from Duke. I like the center from Duke more, but Mark Williams is there. I love the kid from Oklahoma, but Ball's there, right? This guy fills an immediate. Oh, nice. What up here?
We have a visitor in the back.
We have a visit.
It's outside. Don't worry, we're not being attacked by an elk. But yeah, that's how Giannis spies get the latest news. They dress up as deer
It's actually
and go to deal with media sites.
He learned how to transform.
But this is such a perfect fit for them. I think this is great. I think
Father also named.
Brandon Miller and Ball love slashing. He can just wait outside, kick threes. Remember, this is a team that tried to trade for Dalton Connect, right?
Yes.
They want a guy like this. So we know this is a great fit. I like this pick a lot.
Yeah. So again, I think the players. I guess the NBA is so weird that you just take who you can, right? Like, I think he's a good fit for the team. I just don't. I guess trading back was just not a thing they could do. No one wanted to trade up.
Let's put it this way. If anyone out there, and I get Colin and Steve, it's just you two at the moment, but if anyone's watching this in the future and wants to fight me beyond this, I'll fight you. If you have Con Kneppel not in your top 8 in this draft, I'm sorry you're wrong. Feel free to come fight me. So if you wanted him, to your point, the question is, could you trade back to 5, 6, 7, or 8? Because if you were trading outside of that, you probably weren't getting it.
So apparently there was discussion that New Orleans was going to package 7 and 23 to get the 4, but that fell through.
Okay. That if Charlotte could have gotten that, I'm not mad about that on either side, actually. However, I still think New Orleans should be taking 2 picks. That one's a little bit trickier, too, also, because now, especially in the wake of the Jordan Poole and the Bay trade, I don't necessarily know if New Orleans needs – I'm assuming they were trying to trade up for Ace Bailey because, my God, they need Zion Williamson protection in the worst way. But if I'm a Pelicans fan, I have other plans for them. We'll talk about that in just a couple picks here with this first one. And then I'm taking somebody who might be able to protect against another lost Zion season later on. Steve, for what it's worth, it's on ABC, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on ABC, Steve, not on ESPN.
I mean, it might be on ESPN as well, but we're watching it currently on ABC. Not a sponsor.
That's important. Don't you dare sue us, Disney.
Big disclaimer here.
As I hide my non-Coke underneath the table.
Hey, by the way, we're looking for sponsors, Coca-Cola. Please reach out to us. Ignore that he's drinking Pepsi.
We love Coke.
We do love Coke. Mongo just I don't know why you're drinking Pepsi.
It's okay. Never fear.
Where did that
Yeah.
come from?
Wait, where did I?
I brought it.
Is that why you were 2 hours late? You gotta stop to get a Coke.
Oh, did you let my mom know you're here?
I can.
Steve, do you have ABC, by the way?
It's free on with bunny ears.
Not a sponsor. Last thing, by the way, because I do actually, to me, this draft gets really interesting here in just a moment. The Jazz, so spoiler, the Jazz need to take Trey Johnson. We'll talk about why in a minute, but then it gets super interesting starting 6 through 9. But the last thing I'll say, Seth Curry, free agent, also so you're losing even more threes in Charlotte. Just the reason I think this is a right pick. So the Jazz, meanwhile, we're coming up on pick 5 here in just a moment. They want to move Colin Sexton. They want to move Jordan Clarkson.
And John Collins,
By-
who also took his player out.
They want right.
Is Rudy still on that team?
Rudy's on Minnesota. They're getting first rounders for the rest of their lives. Remember? But then, by all accounts, Keontae George even looked very, very disinterested about being a long-term Utah Jazz member at the end of the year. There were reports of him not even paying attention to the coaches. So the problem is in guard land right now. And Isaiah Collier looks like one of the steals of the draft last year. But especially if you're moving on from Clarkson, you really don't have much by a way of a 2 on this team. Meanwhile, in the recent drafts, you have Taylor Hendricks, you have Bryce Sensabaugh, you have Cody Williams, you have Walker Kessler. You have a ton of bigs. You don't have a shooting guard. This needs to be Trey Johnson. I can't imagine a world, really where it's not Trey Johnson.
The pick is in, and who is it? Come on.
They are on the clock.
Why am I doing this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. Now I know what to get you for your wedding. Shout out to Steve, by the way, getting married this fall. Big ups, big ups.
You're gonna get a bunny ears.
We're gonna get you access to only ABC.
Who did they pick? Did they pick Ace?
No. They're just showing Ace. Well, maybe they did, but
This would, if Utah takes Ace Bailey, Colin, I'm gonna be very confident that's our first wrong hat of the night. I mean,
Ace Bailey, that is who they picked.
this has to be a trade.
This is going to be a trade.
Cody Williams, Sensabaugh, Kessler.
He looks unhappy.
I mean, even John Collins is there for now. I mean, so many bigs on this team relative to 0 guards. This can't make any sense.
It's coming.
So great.
It's like looking really
Great idea here by the now. I'll give the Jazz this in advance. If they're attaching Ace Bailey to one of these guys, if this is one of these veterans tickets out of Utah, well done by Ainge and Co. there, Ainge and Sons.
the mange.
The range of Ainge, as it were. So this is apparently Ace Bailey. That's according to something we saw on the internet. We're getting the official word on the fine folks at ABC right now.
It's from Shams.
And a ghost behind me just yelled clams, but we're going to poltergeist this house in about 3 picks. Don't worry. So Ace Bailey is officially the pick. A reliable source that is the television has told us that. And I don't believe for a second this is staying with Utah. I do not believe this for a second.
Well, let's see if Shams has anything to say.
The man refused to be taken 3rd overall as the 3rd best player in the draft because he didn't want to wait 1 year for Paul George and Joel Embiid to retire to a nursing home. But he's willing to sit behind, Cody Williams, Walker Kessler, Bryce Sensabaugh for Kyle Filipowski.
I'm sorry. Is he
everyone
really,
else for a decade.
Is he really going to be a guard or is he going to be a forward?
He is technically a small forward, but now that changes things. If they're going to try and force him to be their shooting guard, I mean, that's disgusting, but because he can't shoot. but it's doable.
Who wants to go to Utah? I'm sorry, we don't have any Utah listeners, so whatever. Eventually, I'm going to go there because I would like to see all 50 states. But
It's not particularly high on the list, is it?
All right, so Steve says Sports Grid thinks he's also getting traded. I tend to agree with Sports Grid here. I mean, he is willing to take any shot under the sun. The problem is on a young team like this, you can't do that. You can't have just one guy. You need to. Why? You can't draft in the lottery 7 years in a row and not try and develop a team. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, if you're going to have one star emerge, like, Detroit picked in the lottery for a decade, right? Cade Cunningham's the guy, but he's a facilitator. The Thunder have picked in the lottery for 5-6 years and traded obviously a couple picks, but SGA can facilitate, right? If Ace Bailey is not the type who's the final piece of the puzzle.
according to whoever this Jonathan Givney is, Draft Express,
Okay.
the Utah Jazz are keeping Ace Bailey, a source told ESPN. So take with that as you want from this person I've never heard of from Draft Express. But I also don't know anything. So now also maybe that pick was traded with the Hornets, right?
I mean,
Because like the NBA is weird.
all of these picks could be traded. I mean, it just
No, I meant like it could have already, and they just didn't do a good job reporting it.
I mean, you're watching the internet. I feel like you would know if it had been traded at this point.
That's true.
But it can be traded theoretically at any point. It could already be known at this point.
Maybe it's someone who's picking later and they're going to swap them.
Right. It might be conditional if we can get our hands on blank.
Let's see what the internet says.
I know you love making fun of the fact that heights always change, by the way, but I have Ace Bailey listed as 6'10". So congratulations, Utah. Your new shooting guard
It's anywhere between 6'8" and 6'10".
can climb a mountain without jumping, but can't shoot.
Who's still available?
If he is 6'10",
If the Spurs don't try to trade up to get Kamal Malak, I'll be surprised. They need another big.
The problem with that, and sorry, real quick, Tommy, before we talk
The
about that,
Spurs, if they're doing anything, the Spurs are trading that pick to get an established NBA player. If
before-
they're not, if they're going to get a big with it.
Well, before we talk about that, I just want to mention the Jazz do have the 21 here. That is really 3-and-D territory. That's traditionally the sweet spot for 3-and-D territory. So maybe the logic here is Ace Bailey's kind of our home run shooting guard, and we're going to get a backup. But again, if you're trying to trade Jordan Clarkson, who is shooting threes in Utah? It is a 3-point is life league, and you are just not going to shoot threes. What is your strategy here?
Give
Is
Steve
Kyle Filipowski your 3-point specialist?
give Steve a call. Steve will join Utah to shoot threes.
Steve would, without a doubt, and Steve, you'd be the best 3-point shooter in Utah by a mile once they trade Jordan Clarkson. It's not even close. Steve and Colin again. Sorry, guys. I am trying to stay relatively in order, but since the Nets are the hot topic here, I think the Nets have the easiest job here on earth, which is just sit there at 8. These next 3 picks should, in some order, be, Malawach, like you said, Trey, who I thought was going there and didn't, and Fears, right? You just have to wait. This might be Malawach right here to the Wizards, actually, now that
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bailey dropped, because Sarr can play the 4. We know for a fact the Wizards are absolutely in love with Bub Carrington, AJ Johnson, Koulibaly, Keyshawn George. They have their, 4 smaller guys. Add in the fact that CJ McCollum is going to be there for a year. Add in Corey Kispert. They don't really need much by way of guards. Although Jeremiah Fears learning behind Bub Carrington They're very different point guards. Would be fun to kind of watch them enhance each other's game. But to me, Malawach makes sense here at 6. And then basically whichever guard doesn't go at 7, the Nets can just literally cash right in there. But getting back to Utah again, I think as Utah, you're just taking the best 3-point shooter left at 21. And I think that's a pretty easy decision for them. Ace Bailey is the best player on the board. You just talked, you were not a fan, not a fan, but you were questioning the value of the Concanepal pick. Well, this is the opposite of that, right? Maybe you just take Ace Bailey and now you're, we have poker players in the chat here. You're literally holding all the aces, right? You have the best hand, and maybe something opens up as the day goes on and you realize, because remember, we haven't talked about this yet. 2-day draft for the first time ever this year, guys, which means everyone can kind of go home, think about it, have an extra day of thought here, and maybe someone realizes they want to do something involving that Ace Bailey pick. So that extra day may make it a little more tempting to say, this is clearly the best, most usable asset left in the draft. Let me grab it. I have 3 other picks, one in the first round if I'm the Utah Jazz. I can mess around a little bit and, still see what's coming up.
So I will say Mark Stein reposted a Jake Fisher tweet saying there is no trade. Ace Bailey to the Utah Jazz at number 5. One spot before is widely perceived preferred home of Washington. So as of right now, that doesn't mean he can't get. Oh, and the pick is in. It's Trey Johnson to Washington. Okay.
Again, maybe a trade. Not a tremendous fit here. Not a bad fit. I mean, Washington stinks, so why not take the best shooter? But at the same time, we've seen this before where a guy just kind of gets thrown onto a bench and disappears if he doesn't start.
Maybe
I think of Jordan Hawkins as the most recent example.
What do you think of maybe they took him in a potential way to trade package to try to then get Ace Bailey from Utah?
This would be pretty absurd if this is a 5-6 swap here. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Oh, you're updating the pick. I thought you were telling me Trey is gone, like he's getting traded from Washington, which I tend to agree with if that is what you meant. Listen, if you're the Wizards, you have a second year, about to be third year president, you have about to be third year GM, and you have a second year coach. You have a young front office. It wouldn't surprise me if they had locked in on Ace Bailey, and this is a panic move, and they're just taking what they perceive to be the best player on the board. But man, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
You're falling behind, man. The pick is in. You haven't posted it on Twitter.
I knew that guy was a sham.
Get out. You're not welcome here anymore.
Bye-bye.
High quality content only at Core Vision.
Oh yeah, this is Court Vision. Show the shirt.
Court is now in session.
It's been in session for an hour and 30 minutes.
Exactly. It's not about hope.
Says Kilroy.
God, that shirt has quite a.
It needs a wash.
Oh,
It does.
my God. It smells like vinegar.
We got him today, in case you're wondering.
Just straight vinegar.
Steve, I'm wearing that to your bachelor party in the summer. Get excited.
I hope. Oh man, you should have got one for everyone.
We messed up.
I asked, did you want one?
No, not for all of us. For the bachelor party.
Oh.
Tommy, you didn't think to make an
By
additional...
the way, again, Steve, congratulations on all that. I'm proud of you. I couldn't be any happier for you.
Totally misunderstood what he was talking about.
No, I don't want this shirt. I don't even remember saying this. I've seen the video, so I know I said it. I don't remember saying it. How is he still not? Whatever.
Now, this one, to me, Tommy, is the most interesting, this New Orleans pick.
Yes.
Because, so I don't know how much you've been following. Bruce Brown shows up. Hold that thought for a second, Kilroy. Bruce Brown shows up at the Nuggets game dressed like somebody dressing up as a Colorado citizen for Halloween.
Yeah.
DeJounte Murray openly comes out and says the Pelicans could not support me as I was going through these things this year.
This team is on fire, right?
So
in a bad way.
they are not getting free agents. No free agents are coming there. And if you look at their team, they get Sadiq Bey in that trade, which I think kind of basically is going to take Brown's spot. But it seems like they've given up a bit on Jordan Hawkins. And that means their biggest need, knowing that they're not going to fill it elsewhere, is probably at the backup shooting guard, because you have Murray and Alvarado, right? You have Bey, Herb Jones, Williamson.
Why did you want a Bulls
As three of your forwards. I
Because
don't
he was
know.
technically drafted by the Bulls.
Oh,
There
It
you
was
go.
a trade for him and Tyrese Thomas were
I
a
didn't
trade.
know he was drafted.
He was.
He was a Blazer.
But you could also make an argument they need a backup 4 too. There's no real top 2 or top 4 available right here.
Oh, no.
So they really don't need a center. They really don't need a point guard. So this one is Steve. I'll see if I can find it for your bachelor party. By the way, I love the callback there. I think I have it, but I'll check. But this to me, by getting Sadiq Bey, because I thought they were going to stretch for Asa Newell here. I thought they were going to take a flyer on Newell and get their backup 3 that way. But they really have, no immediate need here. I mean, Yves Misi and Karlo Matovic really take the spot of their 5 and their backup 5, unless you're going to move Matovic and this is going to be the kid from Duke. I mean, that's maybe the only one that makes sense. But I love Jeremiah Fears here, and he makes no sense. So Colin Brooklyn might have a shot at Jeremiah Fears here in a moment. Sorry.
So NBA Sentinel. My God, they if you don't actually follow them, they're horrible. But if they come, I don't follow them. They just come up on my feed. Ace Bailey has informed his agent of his decision to retire from the NBA. It's hilarious. So if you don't know, they're a satirical group.
Good old Sentinel.
And I honestly, I'm just tired of all the stuff the guff he does for WNBA. It kind of just feels bad, and like I don't know if it's not worth it. Him making fun of the NBA was fine. It was funny. Him just like take the jabs he's taking at the WNBA just feels like bad. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel as comical. It's just like low hanging fruit. Oh, they got fined $50.
Although that was pretty funny that a brawl broke out. It finally got attention, and they were like, "You have been fined." What was the actual? It was $400. Was that the actual?
Was that the actual amount?
It was a lower than 1,000 number.
But also they don't, they make like 70,000. So
Right. It was proportionally logical, but in a vacuum that is like you don't follow the sport, it was a bizarre moment for the WNBA.
Yeah. All right, let's see what's going on here. Who's the pick? Mavericks are already selling flag jerseys.
I do not blame them. I tried.
Number 32.
I tried to get on the Fanatics was very quick to overprice their WNBA rookies this year. I thought I was going to be genius and buy on draft night. They did not mess around. Shout out Fanatics, not a sponsor, but become one.
No, not a shout out to them. They sell trash.
Oh, I love Fanatics. This is a Fanatics product. Although
It's
No,
not.
I
It's
can't.
it's not. It's a hardwood plastic.
purchased through Fanatics.
Yeah, they're good website if you're purchasing jerseys that are not theirs.
Yeah, so
But if you buy their brand, it's garbage.
I didn't make this
Yeah.
pizza. Did I do a good job being your pizza delivery man today?
Yes.
Shout out Fanatics for their delivery service then. But don't be trashing Fanatics.
I will continue to trash them.
All right, the pick is in. Fanatics sponsor us. Vince Carter sponsor us.
Yeah, I mean, you can still
The pick is in. It's Ben Simmons.
Okay, I officially don't understand basketball anymore. This
Don't
is
you dare sit in my seat.
this is
no.
this is Jeremiah Fears. Now maybe DeJounte Murray's on the move. I can only hope.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. This is Brooklyn's pick now. Does Brooklyn go with a center?
Brooklyn has to go Malawatch here, Colin. I know you wanted some of the smaller guys, but I love Malawatch behind Claxton. They're different enough centers. If you accidentally lose Day'Ron Sharp in free agency, it doesn't hurt as much. You have enough picks that you can keep doing your thing.
Are we ever going to find out the true height of Jalen Brunson?
No, we won't find out the true height of anybody. The only pick here, I'm going to go on the record. Stephen Collins, so everyone in the audience right now is diehard Net fans. So I apologize if I jinx this into existence. The only player in this draft I'm terrified of, I don't like, and I can't stand the idea of the Nets taking is Noah Essenge, the German kid.
That's who they'll take.
So I apologize. Yeah, I did, right? I just willed it into existence there by accident. But otherwise, I'm fine getting a backup center here who is such a unique player and such a good guy. New York is going to love this kid if Malawich comes to Brooklyn.
So, do you think the Spurs take the French guy if he's there?
You mean Banda or Panda or Penda, whatever his name is? Oh, he's
No.
French. He's French by blood. I mean, he's coming from the German league.
Oh, that's who you got to go.
Yeah, I don't like him.
So you think that they will take? Because I mean, they're looking for a big, so it would make they want a big to pair.
Oh,
with.
I like Joe Behringer. Yeah.
They want a pair. They want a big to pair with Victor Wembanyama if they can't get an NBA vet.
It needs to be the right fit, though. I like Behringer and I like Sorber, the kid from Georgetown. I think that's Sorber. I think it is. I like those. But I do not like Derek Queen with them. I think you need somebody who can control the glass better. I like Derek Queen for Phoenix. Has been getting no traction since that trade, but I adore
Phoenix
Derek
wants
Queen
a
at
center,
them.
don't they?
Everyone has them taking Carter Bryant, but I don't know why you don't take a center at.
I mean, maybe they don't need another because like you can move Devin Booker to the 3
They're moving Devin Booker to the 1. He's going to run the show.
again.
Yes.
Oh, the Suns.
Damn,
team
they-
is a mess,
they're-
too.
Whatever.
They're going to move Ryan Dunn and Royce O'Neal up to the 4, and they're going to move Devin Booker down to the 1, and Jalen Green's going to play the 2, and then Grayson Allen and Carter Bryant are going to be their 3s.
No, they're looking to trade Grayson Allen.
Well, for now, I mean, by that
What about
logic,
TJ, I'm sorry. What about Bradley Beal?
but
He's still on the team.
I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to say Grayson Allen because they're looking to trade him. But you wanted me to mention Bradley Beal in that sentence?
Yep.
Bradley Beal would
No,
be.
I'm not. I
Brad-
didn't say you couldn't mention him.
Bradley Beal would be a 2 as well. It would be Beal and Green as the 2s.
I know what he says on the team
It would be Allen and this kid
Well, they're going to buy him out.
as 3s.
because they don't want.
If he doesn't waive his no trade clause, they will just buy him out.
It would be so. Knowing Kevin wasn't going to be here, it would cost them $22 million for 5 years if they bought out Beal, which is not atrocious, but not exactly what you want to do.
It does
But-
become the NBA's biggest buyout.
Yes, but when you have a young team, I mean, you're not paying Ryan Dunn,
Yeah.
The mid-level max anytime soon, right? You're not trading. There's no one really. You just have to pay Devin Booker, and Jalen Green. The rest of the team is fairly blue-collar guys now, so you can get away with it. But
And I think at this point they do plan to keep Jalen Green. Is what I've seen. They were looking. There was a potential at one point, and it could still happen, I guess, where they reroute him elsewhere. But I think that their plan is to take him or keep him.
Steve, by the way, I'm with you. I know you're saying you agree with me, but I just thank you. I appreciate the validation there. He says he doesn't want to Senge either, and I just what I don't and Colin and Steve, feel free to jump in on this too. What I don't want, if I'm a Nets fan, is them going, "Oh, I have 5 picks, so either 1, I can swing wildly for the fences, or 2 of these guys are definitely going to be Europeans." Who I can try and get later. There are a couple at the end of the round here, Hugo Gonzalez, guys like that. I don't want them just admitting we're not taking 5 guys. Get creative. And honestly, if you take 5 guys, take 5 guys. Figure it out later. The Thunder seem to take 3 first-rounders every year. It seemed to work out okay for them. So, I would rather see them do something active with these 5 instead of stashing any. And Essengay would be the first kind of red flag here. That they don't necessarily have a complete plan. I can tell you when and Colin and Steve can attest to this.
The pick's in.
Pick is in, beautiful. When I have multiple picks in a fantasy league, in a dynasty league draft, I'm thinking at a macro level. I'm thinking I want these things total. How do I get them? Not let me take each pick 1 at a time. And I think I think Essengay is really the sign of we're taking it 1 pick at a time if they do that here, which would have me worried. I really want to see this be the center from Duke at this point. Maybe Newell from Georgia. I don't mind him. I think he's a little too high here, but
I'm not sure what's up with Shams. He still has not said the 6th overall pick.
Someone
something's brewing.
probably Sattel grabbed them.
Nope. I'm sorry that I know that's copyrighted. Whoops.
Also worth noting, by the way, again, I think I'm with you, Colin. I think Fears and I think Trey Johnson were both better fits for the Nets. But the Nets last year, 26 in pace. Jordi Fernandez has really seemed to, get his style of basketball down. Malawach can really slow things down, control the defensive side of things. He's a nice fit for Jordi Fernandez. Even if he's not necessarily the pick you would have wanted here as a Net fan. I will be surprised. I'm 0 for 3. I went 5 for 5, 4 for 4, and then I went 0 for 3. So what do I know? But to me, Malawach is really the only guy who makes sense here, unless you're moving out. Which is with 5 picks, you're gonna have a lot of fun here. So we'll see.
When can we start talking about the Knicks?
Probably not tonight, as they don't have a pick. But Steve, are you informing us that the pick has been in, or are you talking about the guy behind me creepily looking at us? That's Tommy.
He is also someone we all say, who the hell is this?
Yeah, even I say.
Here's this guy.
Even I look in the mirror and say, "Who the hell is this guy?"
I don't know how to say this.
Igor Demin.
This is Yegor Demin.
Igor Demin.
Okay. Anyone know anything about this BYU player?
Yes, please hold.
That's why.
Is that Brigham Young?
I have to. When I have to go to my notes, we're in trouble here. He's been super impressive during pro day. He's got great passer vision, but he needs to work on his shot. But he's an excellent playmaker and has great size for the combo guard he plans to be in the NBA.
So he's just going to be their D'Angelo Russell replacement.
Yeah, this pretty much signals D'Angelo Russell is gone, Colin. I saw him go. The highest I saw him was 13 on
At
some
15
YouTube mock draft.
That disappeared.
ESPN had him at 16, and I personally, for what it's worth, had him at 19 to Brooklyn, though. So I did have Brooklyn taking him just in their second one. So I guess I'll take a half credit here. But no, I didn't see anyone have him this high. Obviously, he's a good fit in Brooklyn. I had him, so I have to support this. But I do think I think they're going to regret not taking Malawach because you can get other combo guards at 19. There's a ton of them. But there are a ton of centers out there too. So maybe they're already thinking, can we get our hands on the kid from Georgetown? Can we get our hands on the kid from Creighton, who's the he was a 4-time American League defensive first teamer. He's going to be there at 27. So there are a ton of other centers out there. But this feels like a reach. I'll say it. I also think nobody in their right mind is going to say this name correctly on the New York radio, which in itself is kind of
he's Russian, so I don't know if that changes how you would pronounce it.
I'm going off of only what I heard people say it. I could be wrong. There's a little bit of a Y in front of there. It's a little bit of a yeah. But it is Demin.
I mean, it makes sense based off the spelling. I can see that being Demin. Who does Toronto take with that terrible, I don't know what words I was saying.
Sorry, that pick literally angered me so much I closed my book. Sorry.
Did they go with a center?
Who
does Toronto have?
I think
RJ Barrett may be a net soon.
So Toronto has one of the most shallow teams in
They got Scotty Barnes.
basketball, and now Boucher might be out in free agency. So you're looking at really they only go 7 or 8 deep, so they can use really anybody here. They don't truly have much by way of a backup center. So again, Malawach would make sense. I thought they were going to go backup point guard because Jacoby, what's his face, in the Sacramento trade, is really not the answer. Jacopo is their starting 5, but they don't really have much by way of a backup.
Yeah.
Apparently, that was the reason that they didn't get Kevin Durant. They didn't want to trade Jacopo.
Listen, it's a weird look.
I don't know if that's true.
I have
That's
a
what
feeling that Suns GM just laughed at them.
Kaz says Steve, I'll eventually get your name, hates this pick.
Steve, no, he says they hate this pick.
Oh,
Steve,
they hate this.
Can I get a pronoun check? Who do you mean by they? Are you talking about the people in the site you're watching on?
Which would make sense because
I mean, listen.
I guarantee you, Stephen A. Smith is not saying nice things right now.
Listen, Steve, I'm with you. I love this pick in the sense that I had him going to the Nets. I think he makes sense as a net. but I had him going at 19. I think this is way too high of a place to take this guy. You have 5 picks. If you liked him, you could have moved up somewhere between 19 and 8 and still got the guy you wanted. I don't understand this pick from a timing standpoint. I like the guy. I like the fit.
Is it like Daniel Jones?
It's a little Daniel Jonesy. Yeah. I mean, not as extreme because a quarterback hit. I mean, this would be like trading, this would be like a shortstop, in baseball. Position wise, it's less important. But yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like I don't mind it. I care when we did it more than how we did it. Right. And in that sense, it's a great comparison, right? Because people were saying Daniel Jones at the second, giant pick that year would have made more sense. Steve already thinking a long game. Steve, if you're watching,
who is the top pick in next year's draft?
It's Arch Manning.
No,
if
wrong sport.
if you're watching this in the future and not seeing the comments, Steve already plans on tanking for next year's first overall pick,
which is, we know in the NBA is just whoever the commission decides gets the pick. Prove me wrong.
Not a sponsor.
The commish?
Yeah.
Not a sponsor?
Commission, not a sponsor.
Adam Silver doesn't sponsor us? I didn't know.
I mean, if he has that much power, he could, theoretically.
That's true. Adam Silver, if you would like to sponsor us and want us to
say no.
Yeah, I mean, if you want us to replace Stephen A. Smith, we'd gladly. I think your ratings would go up.
Would they, though?
Okay, you can't come.
All right,
And
so
now on ESPN, it's not about hope.
back to that's actually a great name for a podcast.
It is.
Back to Toronto here, because we will have the pick in here shortly. Steve, I hate to tell you, the Nets would have to tank pretty badly to get behind Toronto. This team looks like a team that plans on going 4-78 this year, and Noah Essengay would be such a thing of beauty here. But Kalamach would be beautiful here too. He's Malawach is years away from being ready. There's a lot of smart moves Toronto can do here to stink it up next year, especially if RJ Barrett gets moved, like Kilroy was alluding to, who looks like he's videotaping me right now. I'm not fully sure what he's doing in this,
I'm on Twitter.
but
I'm on Twitter.
sure looks like I'm
on
being
Twitter.
interviewed.
I'm not videotaping you. I mean, I am.
So
I am videotaping you, but
nonetheless, if I'm Toronto here, I'm staying away.
I'm trying to see if they if there's
From
any
anyone
talk if they're trading it. Is what I'm looking, because there was talk at one point that they might trade it.
Gotcha. Yeah, Memphis was looking to get up here at the 10. At the 9, excuse me. Toronto seemed to want a forward. That's one place had Asa Newell out of Georgia getting in on this. Asa Newell and Jeremiah Fears kind of both fall in the same category to me of guys who looked bad at times because they were playing at one of the big schools that isn't really that good at basketball. I think of Oklahoma, Georgia, schools like that. But I like Asa Newell, but I think he might be too good. I wouldn't take him from Toronto. He might accidentally luck into a star. I probably play it safe around Toronto and chase the Nets into the depths of hell next year. All right, so the pick is in. They've taken Colin Murray Boyles out of South Carolina. Elite rebounder, old school style rebounder.
Will he pair well with Scotty Barnes?
He's gonna pair well with a team that has guys like Quickly and Barrett and Barnes just shooting the hell from anywhere. So I do not necessarily mind this pick. He doesn't shoot, but that's okay. They have enough guys who can shoot. Especially if he's going to be on the second team with Grady Dick, let Agbaji and Dick just shoot from wherever.
So when's the first center getting picked?
So I don't know, but
Houston's not.
Yeah,
maybe Portland's not.
No, the Bulls are. I mean, the Bulls are for sure.
Well, the Bulls
have one job in this draft, and that's trade for Vucevic.
Trade Vucevic.
Draft to replace Vucevic. Sorry, I was reading Colin's text where that was going.
Actually, that may be where because I know this. I've read this first one. So maybe they trade with the Bulls here. The Bulls do not trade this pick. And to me, the Bulls, now that they are guaranteed one of the 3, actually there are about 4 big centers in this draft, but now that they're guaranteed one of the big centers here, either the French kid, Sorber, Queen,
any of those guys. Now you could get greedy though. If 10 and 11 aren't centers, you can trade down theoretically to the 14 because you know you're still getting one of the centers, right? The Bulls can theoretically start moving down.
So wait,
But if Malawach is on the board, I would just take him.
so before the Knicks traded, they had 3 picks in this draft.
You would have to research that and
Right? Because you have
too easy to think.
this here
Mhm.
via the Knicks,
Detroit would be in here.
this one here
Mhm.
from the Knicks, and then this one from the Knicks.
Yeah, it would seem that way. The 2 for the Bridges and the
Interesting. I don't care. I think the Knicks did the correct.
I don't think the Knicks needed a pick this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
well, I mean,
Well, no, I
they,
agree with. That's what I'm saying. I agree. With
I mean, they didn't after they made those trades, right? They
Yeah.
don't need them
Yeah.
because they used those
Right,
picks
no,
to
no,
get the guy.
What I'm saying though is I think trading those picks to get the guys they got was worth it.
Oh yeah, no.
Yes.
Again, I'm more mad at the Knicks for overreacting to losing in 7 on a couple lucky bounces than anything else. I love the team they had this year. I would have run it right back. Colin acknowledged, by the way, in the chat. Apparently, Nets Daily is not pleased with what's going on in Netland right now.
Yeah. Does that mean it? Is that it? I mean, what is that?
I mean, it means that's in a world where every pick leading up to that pick. You know what? This is what it reminds me of what the Nets just did when the Obi Toppin draft fell off the rails.
Yeah.
And Halliburton got to the Knicks, but so did Obi Toppin, and they were like, "We got to take Obi Toppin." He fell into our lap. We got to do it. It's shades of that, where the draft really shaped itself up beautifully for the Nets to do anything they wanted, and they had a plan and they stuck to it. And there's a reason that the same franchises win all the time in the NBA. You know, it's because some franchises just don't exactly know what they're doing on draft night. And
Yeah, I mean the Knicks.
I mean, you look at what
The
Utah
Knicks
just did.
are
You look at what
lucky
Brooklyn
that-
just did.
Leon Rose is very good at signing and trading for players
Mhm.
because he has not have a good track record of drafting in the lottery. He's good at finding like late first and second round. Like he's very good at that.
Oh, sorry. Quick reminder here, and we just fell for it. This is not Houston's pick.
Oh, is this Phoenix?
This is Phoenix's pick. If you're watching on any sort of major media market, because of the way trades work in the NBA, it's going to say Houston here. But this is the trade that belongs to.
This is from
Phoenix.
Phoenix via Brooklyn.
Because they're getting back their pick.
Oh, yeah.
So this everyone, most mock drafts I saw say this is Carter Bryant, but to me this should be a center. I mean, this is a team that is really quite void of centers, especially Bol and Mason Plumlee are unrestricted free agents. They literally don't have a center under contract.
Nick Bobo.
Well, you can only be so lucky. I said in our wrap-up show, give me Bol for sure. I'll say it again here. Give me Bol and give me Trey Lyles. Those are the 2 guys I want the Knicks to get.
I don't know. Speaking from experience, I don't think you want Trey Lyles. He wasn't really that
Because
great for San Antonio.
did you try to do anything with him other than 4 boards and 5 fouls a night?
I'm not the guy who wants the games there.
That's not what I heard.
Make him your 9th man.
I'm not the GM there.
Buy some minutes off the bench. That's all you need. Just need something better than Precious Achiuwa.
Not so precious anymore. Huh? I'm gonna get kicked out from that.
You know, the thing is, Precious seemed like the ideal fit for Tibbs, but that didn't.
Right.
That never materialized.
And that's sort of your problem, right? Any other guys who you're curious about on that bench, could they work with Tibbs if given more of a role, if given more of a chance? You know, DeLon Wright being able to facilitate. It doesn't matter anymore. By getting rid of Tibbs, which I still say was such a mistake, that whole bench is useless. Send them all packing. You need to completely redo it in New York now.
So has Sham still gone dark? Or
Have we heard from Shams?
I have not. He's still
maybe his phone died, or he lost his phone.
he still hasn't said anything in 36 minutes. Hey, Mongo, can you do me a favor?
Nope, you get your own pizza like a big boy.
No, I don't want pizza.
Okay.
Can you go in the fridge and grab me my energy drink, the pink one?
Sure.
Thank you. It's Peach. I love Peach.
Peach. Not a sponsor.
Though Monster, if you want to sponsor, please reach out.
Ooh, yeah.
Accelerator.
Ooh, yeah,
Accelerator.
we'll do
Accelerator.
that.
Active Energy.
We'll
Also,
definitely do that.
if you want to reach out, I like both. Accelerator is just a little bit harder for me to find. It's not as prevalent, and I don't want to order stuff from Amazon. Sorry, not that I order things from them. I don't.
Oh, Shams is back. Colin breaking the news. Take that, Kilroy.
It's a trade. Is a trade.
What do
Oh,
we
yeah.
have here?
The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the 29th pick and 2029 first round pick.
Scroll.
Hmm?
Scroll.
No. What would you like me to do?
Stop right there. Okay, so that say it again. It was the 29 and a future first.
But
Yeah.
what did you look at me for?
Yeah, why were you looking at him? So that makes arguably even less sense. This is, well, I mean, listen, it makes a ton of sense for the Suns because now they can take Carter Bryant. Now they can take whoever they want. We literally just talked about how they don't have a center under contract. Well, they have Mark Williams.
Is there a guard that's like a point guard that's good?
Not really. Let's see what happens here. This almost has to be. Let's see. Oh no, look at that. They're gonna double up anyways. Screw it. Screw it.
Are they?
They had no centers. They now have two centers and two centers who are almost identical. They play very similar ball. These two guys would be able
Who did Mark
to
Williams play for?
grow together. Mark Williams played for Duke. They now have the Duke Twin Towers here. This is kind of cool. I'm not mad about this. Listen,
So they have 3 shooting guards and 2 centers.
well, you know, again, they have Ryan Dunn. They have Royce O'Neal. I mean, so they have forwards. I'll turn my page here. They do have Grayson Allen for now. If they move him, you presume they could get something back. They have Cody Martin. I mean, they do have depth at forward. They obviously have shooting guards out the wazoo. They're going to lose Tyus Jones presumably in free agency, but he is, there are options out there. But this is huge. I mean, because again, it was a future first in the 29. Was that what that was?
The number 29 overall pick and a 2029 first round pick.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind that for Mark
Who's
Williams. I
picking-
really don't.
So is that Charlotte's pick? Or no, sorry. So Charlotte is getting Phoenix's 2029 pick.
Right. So it's basically 2 firsts for Mark Williams.
So that's 5 years from now?
Yeah.
4 years, sorry, from now. I mean, Phoenix probably will be back, should hopefully be back, presumably, right?
I
And
mean,
if you're Phoenix, you're hoping you're back, and that's like the late 20s pick, right?
I mean, we've seen
Mid to late 20s.
we saw the stat this. I don't know if you saw this stat this week. Adam Silver has been commissioner. Did you see the stat? Adam Silver has been commissioner for 12 years. In those 12 years, 9 different franchises
Yes.
have won the championship. Did you see the end of this stat? David Stern,
And yeah,
30 years. Did you see how many?
it's like 8.
It's 8. It's 8. It's basically the same number. So the idea of trading a pick 4 years away and expecting anything other than parity in Adam Silver's NBA is unfortunately a bit of a wild card. You're guessing. So I get that there's risk involved here for the Suns. If you're Charlotte, you've tried to trade Mark Williams, right? You sent him out for Dalton Connect, and you couldn't do it, but you tried. So I don't blame Charlotte here. I mean, Charlotte's getting a first, actually getting 2 firsts, one of which is in a draft where there's a ton of centers at the end of the first round to get rid of a guy you didn't want. So a quadruple plus for Charlotte. Steve, not fully sure. I'll feel free to elaborate on that if you want. I like the pick by the Suns without the trade, actually. Malawach and Williams together, I really like that. You do need to find a backup 4 who can shoot now. I mean, Royce O'Neal is your backup 4. He can shoot, but you probably want someone bigger than that. There are some guys who can definitely shoot, bigger guys who can shoot. You can find later in this draft. But, we talked about kind of Batadze and Wendell Carter, right? Similar centers in Orlando, work together well, but have a major weakness in that they're not going to give you much when it comes to shooting on offense. Well, you run into sort of the same, problem here a little bit. Although this kid from Duke might be able to stretch into a superstar player, but for now they just have really, really good defense at the 5. So also that means all the Carter Bryant talk. Now, again, this draft did not go the way anyone expected, but the Carter Bryant talk is incorrect. He's on the board. I thought he was a no-brainer for Portland if he fell past Phoenix. So we'll see what Portland does here. I have 2 people on their phone here who may tell me this is not Portland's pick in a moment. But this pick to me is another super unique one. If I didn't wear the Raptors jersey today, for those who missed it, I'm wearing the Raptors jersey because I thought the fun really started at 9. It didn't. It started.
I just got something from Shams.
Oh,
The Portland Trailblazers are trading Cedric Howard at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay, so there you go. This is not going to be Portland's pick, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But this is where I thought the fun really started because aside from it possibly being traded, which it is now going to be traded, the other kind of problem you had with this pick is you're really in on Denny Avdija. Reports are that he's going to be the focal point of the offense. You love Shaedon Sharpe. You love Klingon from last year. Drew Holiday is not happy with this trade. And if you really couldn't draft a point guard because you'd have, they'd be your 3rd string point guard, but you also have to kind of not send a message here to the league. If you drafted a point guard, you're getting 29 calls about Drew Holiday immediately. So this was going to be a tough pick for Portland. So moving back here is not a bad idea. It'll be interesting to see if Memphis is trading future assets. Do we have the result of that trade?
It doesn't show.
It just says are trading Cedric Howard at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies sources. So,
yeah, there's no talk of their return yet.
who is Cedric Howard?
So Cedric Howard is he's a 3-and-D guy with who can pass. He's got really good hands for a 3-and-D guy. He can take that place of Desmond Bain sooner than later. He can play behind KCP for now. And in the meantime, if something happens to Ja, or if they just want to alleviate Ja's responsibility, Coward can, relieve a little bit. Think a little Deuce McBride-ish in a way, where he's a little bit better as a 2 than a 1, but he can, handle the point. He's one of these guys who, because he's a little bit of a workout wonder, was a little unpredictable. I actually had him falling to Memphis in my mock draft. He's a D3 guy who made his way to D1. So I think he understands, kind of that small environment, which I think makes him a great fit for Memphis. I think he's one of the few guys who you look at and go, that guy can thrive in a small market. So I like this pick. We'll see what they gave up. If it's not too much, he's the right fit for the team, though, for sure. I had this pick, when was Memphis picking? 15, 16, wherever they were. I had this. This is, to me, is a no-brainer connection. I like this a lot.
16. So Cedric to Memphis. I mean, it does make sense to pick. So the Bulls are on the clock now. So this, you would say, is a center. Should be a center. So you're thinking it's going to be either Queen or the French guy that I'm good. I don't know his name.
So real quick before we talk about that, the pick is officially being announced for Portland. It's Cedric Howard, Washington State. He's going to Memphis. World keeps on spinning. I actually had this next pick, the Bulls, being Thomas Sorber here. However, in my mock draft, Derek Queen was already off the board. We'll see how rigged the league is. My favorite mock draft has Derek Queen falling all the way to 18, where a Baltimore native who played in Maryland ends up in Washington, which is a really cool story if it can happen. But to me, Derek Queen, pretty gritty, can hit that big shot, which Chicago is right. I mean, Chicago has really put together a group of guys, the Patrick Williamses of the world, who you just don't necessarily want to see in a prime spot. Derek Queen can give them some flash, but at the same time, Thomas Sorber really kind of has that, Billy Donovan grit, and I think he's a good fit. Now, Behringer, I don't really see. He's probably the 3rd best fit in Chicago, in my opinion, to be center, so watch it be him.
We got the return for the trade.
Oh, here we go.
The Grizzlies are sending number 16, a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando in 2 seconds to Portland.
Okay, so that's
Seems like a
that's
steep price.
that's a major haul to go down. What was that? 4 picks?
Yeah.
No, 5 picks.
5 picks.
But again, him and Asa Newell were the 2 guys who you just watched them work out and went, uh-oh, this could be anywhere between about 7 and 20. And so I don't blame him. You can look at the big board right now. Guys like that really fall off a cliff here. Asa Newell is a little too big to be compared to Coward. Jace Richardson's a little too small to be compared to Coward. So he was a little bit of a situational pull in this draft, in the sense that if you didn't get him, you were probably not getting something, like that. So I don't mind it, but that's still a haul. Now, the other thing that is a pick from Orlando, who should be really good for the next handful of years. So you're probably not giving up anything too major. But that's a haul for a guy who's
I think it's also adding
a wing at the end of the day.
Is what if it was just either the first round pick, the additional first round pick, or the second round picks, I think I would feel a little bit. I mean, obviously, Memphis, is doing what they have extra picks, right?
Mhm.
After the trade, so
They probably feel really strongly about this guy.
their team is a good team. It was just injuries, and then the coaching change at the end of the year. Hopefully we'll see if they can piece it together.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Wells is your starting small forward projected. Coward can play the 3. And listen, I love Jalen Wells, but how often have we seen a guy, Landry Fields comes to mind, my fellow Knicks fans, a guy who kind of gets thrust into situations as a rookie, overachieves, and then kind of fades back to the sun. Meanwhile, their backup, wings, I mean, you have Gigi Jackson looks good, but Vince Williams, John Concher, I mean, you really don't have much by way of wings, backing up in Memphis. So, I mean, he should be able to come in right away. They desperately needed the depth. And also, guys, think about it from a media, and a PR standpoint. I mean, if you're a Memphis fan, you are livid that it looks like they are blowing things up. You had to come in. You had to be aggressive. You had to show competitiveness tonight. And they did a fantastic job of that, getting the guy they wanted and, giving up a haul. But realistically, that could be, what was it, 2 seconds and an Orlando pick?
Yeah.
That could be 3 picks that obviously 2 of them have to, but that could be 3 picks that fall outside the top 20. That could be like 20, 38, and 42 or something like that. I mean, that's not a miserable haul depending on what those drafts are. Because remember, Portland is a team on the flip side of that. How many years in a row? I mean, they finally have Drew Holiday there to at least have 2 point guards on the team, but we said they don't have backup guards for about 3 years in a row. This is a team that's desperately needed depth. And listen, no offense to Portland, they can't get free agents there. It's not a hot ticket to go. So, getting extra picks so you can try and, harvest your own assets is a great move for them as well. I like this for both sides, but obviously to me, the story here is Memphis gets their guy, and pays a pretty premium for it.
Bulls pick is in.
All right. So again, here comes one. I every time I felt confident tonight, I've been wrong. Every time I guessed, I guessed the net player. I was on the wrong pick, but things like that. But I feel confident this is
Do you
a
think
center.
that the Bulls do end up trading Patrick Williams because they're trying to?
I got to be totally honest.
You don't care.
Well, yes, but to who? Who wants? Anyone who wants
The
Patrick
Nets.
Williams wants a ninth man. In my opinion, no one would trade.
Well,
For
he just
starter
signed an
Patrick
extension, right?
Right. So you've now paid him to be a starter, and you're going to ask for a starter's price in a trade. But he's a very premium 7th man. And I don't know how they're going to see, unless he's unless he's just an accidental piece of a larger trade. I don't see how you find common ground on Patrick Williams. I just don't.
What about Boston?
That would be the other way you move Patrick Williams. If Chicago's taking on an even more absurd contract to move Patrick Williams, you could do it that way. So Boston, who's looking to, last I checked, was calling everyone going, "You want Sam Hauser yet? You want Sam Hauser yet?" They might be able to do something there. But I think if you're Chicago, you're rolling with your
We got a Shams update.
team here. This could be Chicago trading back because there are so many centers left. But let's see what this is.
The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13 pick.
In the draft to the New Orleans Pelicans for the number 23 pick and an unprotected 2026 first round pick.
Wait,
Are you gonna?
I'm just
can someone say that again? Because that didn't make sense. Did you just say Atlanta's giving up a first to move down 10 spots?
Yes.
and to get an unprotected. I'm so confused. They're trading the number 13 pick, Atlanta, to the Pelicans for the number 23 and an unprotected 2026 first round pick, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee.
Okay, so Atlanta's getting the extra first. Someone screenshot this moment in time. By the way, these are two humans who went to college trying to read a tweet.
read that.
It's very confusing, actually.
Trading the
It seems
13th
like
pick in the draft.
Atlanta's getting the pick, the 2 picks.
We're getting the
yes,
number
they are.
23
Yeah.
pick
But
and an unprotected, so the Pelicans can get the 13.
I wasn't confused. I was
Correct.
confused what he was confused about.
It's,
Anyway,
it's the 23 at a future first for the 13.
so
Ta-da!
2026. That's next year, right?
Mongo can math.
I guess it will probably be New Orleans pick. If I was to guess.
Now what I didn't see because I was too busy.
Oh, here we go.
Mocking
They
who did
take
they
the
take?
French.
The Noah guy? Oh, they took Noah guy.
Well, I think the Bulls. Congratulations to Steve and Colin. By the way, we officially have a team that I think lost the draft worse than the Nets because, man, this is a dumpster fire of a pick for a number of reasons. Unless they're trading Patrick Williams. Listen, I hate to say it. Sorry, Bulls fans listening. You couldn't get a read on this guy this offseason because his spring league kept going. He reminds me a lot of, remember when we didn't know who Dante Exum was and they just took him on talent alone? This screams we took the wrong dude. I'm afraid of anyone who we don't get to see live in person before.
So who does New Orleans now take with the 13th pick or Atlantic pick for New Orleans?
Has New Orleans picked in this draft yet? I'm so confused now.
They drafted Pierce.
I think this is
So
Asa.
now this is a center, right?
No, I think this is Asa Newell out of. Well, they can go one of two ways here. So they have the guy who came over from Europe last year, Matovic, and basically you have to decide: is he our backup 4, and we're going to take a center to pair with Yves Misi, or are we going to take a 4, make Matovic a full-time backup 5? I like Asa Newell here because he's like 6'9", 6'10". He could be a Zion replacement if you ever moved on from Zion. But I would tend to go with a 4 here if I'm the Pelicans, but I don't think I had to trade all the way up to do that. The only guy I think you have to trade up for here would be Carter Bryant, but
What about maybe they want Carter Bryant?
because remember, I like the centers more than Carter Bryant, but there's like 8 of them left on the board. You could have just waited for a center
I don't know either. Fresh.
just in case. Meanwhile, for the Bulls, Noah Senge, I don't get the pick. I don't like the player personally, so I get unbiased here. But at the same time, I don't think you need. I mean, you have literally my comment on Chicago is you have one goal: find Vucevic replacement. That's literally all I have
And they
here.
didn't. Do they have any more picks in this first?
They have the 45, which I actually had written as either trade it, stash it, or double up at center. They didn't even single up at center, so I'm assuming they're. Listen, the second half, ESPN's mock draft had 8 centers and 3 power forwards going in the second round. I mean, there's centers all over the place in the second round if you're just looking for depth. But your boy Zach Collins and Jalen Smith are on Chicago's bench. You don't need a backup center. You needed a future replacement.
I mean, what else is he going to say?
Yeah, no, okay. Ace Bailey Bailey said he's excited to go to Utah. He had no idea they were interested in him. That's why you go to the meetings, boys and girls. And he had never been there, but was ready for the hot and the cold.
So we got
Bye, Colin. We'll miss you forever.
a little bit.
Love you, Colin. Thank you.
Yeah,
Explanation
see you next
from
year in
Shams.
the next draft.
For anyone who might still be confused, Shams says essentially Atlanta has moved back 10 spots and picked up a potentially valuable 2026 first round.
No, I actually like this trade for Atlanta.
I love a trade for Atlanta.
I don't understand why the whatever.
What was
Atlanta
in it
wants
for
a
the
set.
Pelicans?
I don't know what the Pelicans are doing.
Remember, Atlanta needed a center, gets Porzingis in case they end up being stuck with him anyway. So they check their major list off the board, even if they want to double up on center so they can move Porzingis.
Well, now they'll have the
There's-
22 and the 23.
Right. There's a ton of picks. They also need a backup wing. So they still have their 2 picks they wanted all along. They can take a shooting guard in the center.
I think we know who New Orleans is taking here. It says Derek Queen at number 13.
Okay. So I still would have gone power forward, but I'm not mad because Messi and Queen are such different centers. So
Can he not play
they can coexist.
the 4?
He can play the 4 next to Messi. He's really more of a 5, but he can play the 4 next to Messi if he has to. It also gives you a completely different look off the bench. They need the shooting. So, I mean, getting Queen, getting Sadiq Bey in that trade. I mean, New Orleans is a much better team today than they were 48 hours ago. They're more, they're younger with Jordan Poole over McCollum. I like what the Pelicans have done in the last 48 hours. I really do.
And now is this first pick.
Yep. Remind me again real quick. Who did New Orleans take the first time?
They took Fear.
Okay. So, yeah.
Fears.
So the Pelicans have done a great job in the last 48 hours, getting way more athletic. It'll be interesting to see what they do now. I mean, if Murray, I think DeJounte Murray's on the move, guys. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised. He did.
So
something like he
now,
wanted
so
to do
this is
that.
the Spurs. So you're saying you think they're going to go with
this should be Joanne Behringer.
okay?
Could be Sarver.
That's how it's pronounced.
Could be Sorber. Yeah, it's a weird split name. I forget if it's Joanne or Joanne, but it's
It could be a trade.
it's 2 syllables.
This could be a trade.
It might be Joanne, but it's 2 syllables.
Well, yeah, no, I can understand that because it's European. Us Americans, we don't like multiple syllables.
NBA
There's some.
pioneers.
I tell you what, guys. I'm super thrilled. We're only doing 1 round tonight, so we're not doing this till 1 a.m. But if we were doing this, there are some fantastic second round names you would have got
Is
to
there
watch
any
us butcher.
anti-comics?
No, they're not names like that you'd be like, screw it. They're names that like you have to kind of like.
Does
this
he still own his draft rights, by the way?
Probably. There are some Europeans that just never fall off the clock.
Speaking of
But,
which, the Knicks do have a potential backup center who is ready that they got in the Karl Anthony Towns trade.
Ooh,
He is a 6'11" center who is he seems like he can be like, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but like he seems like a Mitchell Robinson type of player. And again, maybe I just misread, but that was my understanding, is that he's defensive minded, which I guess doesn't matter if Tibbs isn't there anymore.
that's fair.
Yeah, I really do like this trade for the Hawks. I guess
I think they needed.
It's fine for the
their way they
Pelicans.
traded Murray for Murray.
the Pelicans are just trying to, like you said, they can't get free agents, so they're doing what they can to get talent. Right? I mean, that's what they got to try and do. You piece it together eventually, right? Like you know.
I'll tell you though, I have it on my notes here. If I was New Orleans, I came in, I said, treat it like the NFL draft. You got to play for needs. You needed 1 big and 1 small. And not only did they do that, but they got arguably the second best center in the draft and the best point guard in the draft. I mean, when you come in with whatever they came in with, 7 and 23, and you leave with that, you can't be too mad about giving up a pick next year.
No, you certainly can't.
Ace Bailey really skipped all those workouts just to land in Utah.
At least he's doing the right thing and isn't just saying demanding a trade immediately. He's coming out and saying, I'm excited. Right? Like he could just be saying, I'm not happy, I want out immediately. So I will give him.
I guess it's just because I'm a dynasty fantasy playing addict. And so I have shares of Cody Williams and shares of Kyle Filipowski and shares of Bryce Sensabaugh and shares of Walker Kessler all over my life. But what are the Jazz doing? Why do they need this many forwards?
Well, look, remember they're going to potentially trade.
I didn't say John Collins' name. That was 5 guys before I said John Collins. Yeah, but I named the guys. I just named 5 guys.
Yeah.
That's still too many. Why would you have no shooting guards? You have 4 forwards. Why would you draft Ace Bailey over Trey Johnson?
I don't know, man. Look, it's Danny Ainge. He knows what he's doing.
Danny Main.
Is Austin Ainge playing shooting guard? Is that the answer?
They know,
Unless the Jordan Clarkson talk is a smokescreen. Unless they're keeping Jordan Clarkson for sure,
which it could be.
but that would be weird too.
They are now also they are in talks with the Lakers for potential trades.
I heard those are you can kind of nix those.
Oh, okay.
They don't want John Collins.
Who does? That's why Atlanta got rid of him.
Listen, he's a good player.
He just doesn't seem to be winning basketball.
I mean, yeah. There's the thing. He's got a price tag attached to him, which I mean, a lot of guys do, but a lot of guys don't get traded, right? I mean,
Spurs.
you can find what Collins does cheaper.
Yeah.
Let's see if Sham says anything. No, but Bobby Mock says stuff. Mr. Bobby Mock saying. As part of the trade, Charlotte is acquiring. I don't know how to say that guy's name.
Is it Vasily Milic again?
It is.
Back to Charlotte after going to Phoenix at the deadline last year. MICIC?
Yeah.
No,
It's that I understand.
I love that nobody wants him, but he keeps going to the same several teams.
I'm surprised that they're not trading this pick. I feel like this would have been the pick to try to trade.
They were trying to trade. They were trying to get
they were.
a veteran big, but I think a lot of teams aren't looking to get rid of their.
It just is what it is.
Like the NBA's either feast or famine when it comes to trades, right? Like, and this might be a veteran famine right now, where we're seeing where teams are not looking to get rid of their. Because I mean the NBA is so open, right? You had so many major injuries, especially out in the East, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have, Boston's also being hampered by the second apron, so they trade a bunch of players. We don't know what Milwaukee's going to be, other than they have Giannis. What's happening with the the Pacers are still going to be a good team even without Halliburton, but like, are they going to be more closer to 6 in the draft? Jeez.
Oh, quiet, everyone.
So
The pick is
So I regret not saying what I was about to say, because I was about to say, are the Spurs just going to go best player available and take this guy who's about to be picked here?
Oh, that's who they picked.
oh,
Which does make me wonder if this is going to be traded, but it is Carter Bryant.
this does feel like a trade pick.
The very raw forward out of Arizona would not play
Bold
immediately.
choice going shirtless with the Blazers.
He's my new favorite player already, just off his outfit alone. Google Carter Bryant draft night if you're watching this in the future. But this is, listen, monster upside. Nobody thought he was going past 10, and now here he is. So this is a very Spurs thing to do.
This is one of those you take. This is great value.
I mean, I could see a world where this is getting traded if somebody else takes their center they want eventually. Going back to what you were just saying, though, it's tough right now because in a world where Desmond Bane fetches the capital he did, Rudy Gobert fetched the capital he did, and in the meantime, there's so many 7th, 8th man free agents out there this year. What veteran is worth 1 first rounder? Right? Starters are worth 5, and bench players have no value. We just talked about no one wanting even Patrick Williams to be a premium 6th man. Right? What does 1 pick get you? So I think factors into it as well. And if you're trying to move up and down the draft, you have to ask yourself, how far can I move down? Now, for the Spurs, it's a little surprising they didn't move down here, because if they want a center, you still have Sorber out there. You still have Behringer out there. You still have a ton of guys who are going to be fringe first-round picks. You could go back in, but I will also say,
do you think they keep Bryant and move one of their other forwards?
No. I mean,
do you think can Bryant coexist with Victor Wembanyama?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, anyone can coexist. Can coexist with Victor Wembanyama. Listen, he's a little bit nice. He's a little bit like Jeremy Sohan on defense. He's a little bit like Jeremy Sohan's non-passing game on offense. He's a little redundant. He's very, very raw, though. Don't be surprised if you just don't. If he's staying with a Spur, you might not see him this year, and that might not be the worst thing either. You know, you have the ability to develop him for a year, develop him. Because if you're keeping the Spurs team intact, you don't need anybody right away necessarily. But what you do need if you're the Spurs is you need a backup 5, and so it'll be interesting to see how they get that.
Maybe they do get Jakob Bodo back. I will eventually say his name correct, but not today.
I have to say, I'm not a big fan of this year's draft hats. They're kind of boring.
Well, it's because the Knicks don't have them.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Of course.
Tommy, that's the stat. So up on the screen right now, they have the stat. He held, when he was the primary defender, he held his opponent to 37% field goal shooting. That's a San Antonio kid. This is my favorite.
This guy does have stuff.
Oh, I love this kid. This is my favorite pick in the draft coming up right here because the Thunder don't. The Thunder can't. They you're almost sitting there at home going, "Please don't pick me. Please don't pick me." The Thunder have a complete roster, and then Topic is coming back to be one of their primary guards next year, to be one of their primary ball handlers.
Do they go back up center?
I guess you can. You don't really need to. I mean, the whole team is.
I mean, they could ideally, Chet is never going to play center for them, right? And Hartenstein, I think, only has 1 year left.
Yeah, I guess you just. I mean, you're gonna run into trouble amongst the bigs. You know, Kenrich Williams is, I think, 20. He's in his upper 20s, but he's the oldest guy on the team by a mile other than Hartenstein. Hartenstein's going to retire. You know, not retire. He's going to move on soon.
By the way, congratulations! I really am happy that he won it, but I wish he was with the Knicks.
No, I love that guy. Meanwhile, you have so much talent that you have Cason Wallace off the bench. You have Topic. You have Isaiah Joe. You have Dylan Jones. I mean, you really don't need much by way of 1s, 2s, or 3s. So yeah, I guess you go back up big here. But man, if you're out there with your fantasy dynasty lists, whoever gets drafted here, just cross them off your list. They're going to be useless for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, they're just a body for the roster. Is there a draft and stash that they can take here?
There are 2 guys, and I only know one of them. I apologize. They're both from Spain. One's Hugo Gonzalez, and the other one's name is something like Penda or Ponda or something like that. Both of whom could potentially stay in Europe for 1 extra year, which may be attractive, but they may come over, so it's a risk. You'd have to get confirmation they want to stay if you're stashing.
So this guy
and Noah Penda from France. Neither one terribly the right pick here. You're probably looking to trade if you're the Thunder. But look for one of those guys. When the Thunder pick at 24, look for that to either be Gonzalez or Penda. The other option here, if you're the Thunder, is you can take a guy like Liam McNeely out of UConn, high upside in high school. And Liam McNeely is a unique case because he just all of a sudden forgot how to shoot. If he can remember, and the numbers suggest he shouldn't have. Like it almost is like when a batter has bad luck but has good BABIP. Like there should be no, I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, I can get some leftover pizza your way. Don't worry, I got you. But if you just put McNeely in the G League for a year and he figures it out, you have an elite shooter. I mean, that's a really high reward, no risk pick, and they may go that way. So if they don't go back up center here, I actually, it's growing on as we speak. I really like the McNeely to Thunder pick here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean,
He struggled to score this season. Right? He just fell off a cliff randomly. But he does know what he's doing. I mean, he's got the UConn pedigree, so you got to like that. Tommy. Thank you for providing soft drinks this evening.
Oh, no problem.
Pepsi, you didn't call fast enough, so I switched to Coke.
Here, just Tommy for a moment.
No, they're getting me for a second. By the way, real quick while we're waiting, hi everybody, we're Court Vision. In case you don't know what we're about, we are three knuckleheads, two who are literally cousins, and one who's known one of them since high school. And if you're looking for just three knuckleheads having fun watching the draft, eating pizza, you came to the right place. If you're looking for top-notch content, probably that way somewhere. I don't know.
Don't listen
But,
to him. We are top-notch content.
We are certainly not.
We're not. We're notch content. You decide where it is.
We're one of the notches.
We're in niche content.
Yeah, I would say we're a niche notch. Niche notch patty whack. I'm gonna go get some pizza.
Give a dog a bone.
But thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching, joining us. And if you're watching this in the future, sorry we were wrong about so many things. Thanks, guys.
We're not sorry.
We tend to be wrong a lot. Oh, the pick is in for OKC.
Do 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 do. I said do do.
All right, it looks like Thomas.
All right, so I'll get the pizza in a second
This
because
is the guy I wanted the Spurs to take.
I love this pick. I really wish he's so ready. This might actually be the one of the few guys who might clear some time on their bench. I love this guy. Very old school, very gritty. Another guy who really feels like he'll succeed in a smaller market. I mean, OKC stole the show this spring. We forget that they're a tiny, tiny market. You could tell he's super passionate. You can see him bawling his eyes out on the screen right now. He's ready to go. He wants to be there. Playing in a school like Georgetown that has not had success the last 10, 15, 20 years, but has a legacy, means there's a certain pride he carries in what he does. And I really like this pick. He's a surprisingly nimble big man. He's not going to be asked to do much right away. Kilroy nailed this pick. Nicely done. He's a nice athlete. So, he'll kind of add to that, right. We talk about the Thunder, what won them the championship this year, speed and athleticism. Not many big men can add to that. Normally you're saying I'm taking this big at the expense of the nimbleness. He can be sneakily athletic sometimes, and good footwork, especially.
The Georgetown center.
I like that. Yeah, and trust me, we love our Georgetown centers here in the New York area. So,
not if you're from Syracuse. We don't like Georgetown if you're from Syracuse. Says the UConn fan.
I mean, you follow Syracuse.
I do to a degree. Yeah.
So I will tell you to what you just said. I actually originally had the Spurs taking Colin Murray-Boyles at 14. So I had him taking a backup center, but mostly because I thought he was a perfect Thunder, and I thought the Spurs should block. So not only do the Spurs not take what I thought was the ideal backup five for them left on the board, they just hand them to the Thunder. This is kind of a double loss for the Spurs, and I think a loss for the rest of the West here. But
I don't know why
they're going to look back. Yeah,
they've got to be waiting to trade something.
So this is Portland,
or maybe they worked.
This is now Portland's pick.
They worked him out, and they didn't think he was a good fit.
Well, Portland is looking to move on from DeAndre Ayton.
I don't like that to the Spurs. Though.
More so for this pick, though. It's not all about you.
I know.
A backup center is, I think, what you're alluding to here behind Klingon makes
I thought you were
a good amount of sense. But you are right. Ayton to the Spurs is going to become a hot topic this summer at some point. I do tend to agree with that.
I mean, you have Victor Wembanyama to cover up his defensive liabilities, right?
Yeah.
And his offensive game is different enough from Victor that you don't mind having them together.
They could coexist. When they are in there together for sure.
Now, would you if you're Portland do a straight up DeAndre Ayton for Bryant?
Oh,
That's a tough one.
Oh, yeah. If I'm Portland, I'm in on that because honestly, so if I'm Portland, listen,
And I don't know if you need Caterpillar or whatever.
You just moved on from Anthony Simons, which means Kamara and Avdija are your starting 3 and 4. And they are going to, I mean, they already said reports are the team's offense is going to run through Denny Avdija, which is a tall ask. You're going to want to be able to give those guys a break if they're going to be the primaries on offense now. And you really don't have too much. I mean, you have Matisse Thybulle and Chris Murray as your backup forwards. I mean, Matisse Thybulle is not going to give you much by way of scoring. So if you're down, you really can't do a whole lot with that. Chris Murray either, for that matter, right? If you're down 8 in a third quarter, you might be playing those guys the last 15, 17 minutes of a game. You need some offense off your bench right now.
Is the plan for Scoot to come off the bench?
That's a great question, and nobody really has an answer to that at the moment. But it sure looks like it could be because Shaden Sharp's not coming off the bench, so it's got to either be Scoot or
they're playing a very weird
lineup. Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind Scoot being the microwave offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's struggling to be the star that people thought he could be,
Right.
But he definitely has the ability for that microwave offense. So I mean, I don't hate that. I mean, obviously for the value they had and where they drafted him, it's crap.
Yeah.
But
even so,
if that's what he becomes,
like I said, Thybulle and Murray, DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams III, and unrestricted free agent Jabari Walker is the rest of your bench.
Mm-hmm.
You still need someone putting up points off that bench. You desperately need shooting off that bench. But Scoot, I tell you what, Scoot Henderson, I think, again, we're not a fantasy show. We're not really an anything show. We're just having fun eating pizza. But Scoot Henderson off the bench, I think, actually helps his fantasy value. I think if he was like a Deuce McBride role in Portland,
I love us how we would that. Or that's our new branding, by the way. We're a pizza eating show.
we're just a pizza eating show. So this is Portland. The pick is in. We're gonna see what this is in a minute. This was a very sexy pick for Portland 48 hours ago. Was the kid from Illinois who kind of is a slower point guard. They can't do that now. They cannot take a point guard. That would be one of the most confusing picks of the night in what has been a very, very weird night. So we're assuming this is either
here's the full
wing
trade
or a
for
center,
Memphis
but-
and Portland.
Is it Coward for the 16 a 2028 first round pick via Orlando and 2 second-round picks?
Yes.
It's on the screen. I'm not that good. Don't worry.
No, I figured that. I can see you looking up. I have peripheral vision. Thank you.
Shams went dark again.
I mean, last time he went dark, he came back on, and there were like 7 trades in a row. So,
Yeah.
so hold on, everybody.
Maybe he's just exclusively reporting trades and then specific picks.
Well, he might not be doing the draft because
he's also on
and-
ESPN too, right?
well, because ESPN has someone else doing draft.
They showed him on there.
It's
It's a weird choice to use
No,
anyone other than him, but
so he's doing like the main ESPN, but their internet coverage is I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. I'm a big fan of him too, which is sad. I can't remember.
Ooh, we got a pick update. Surprise at number 16 and pick in the 2025 NBA draft, Portland, China's Yang Hansen.
whoa!
I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
That is a center. Okay, don't show me there. Here he is down here. 9'3" standing reach. That's a reach, all right.
Anytime your weaknesses section starts with the word slow, I love you.
With questionable awareness as well.
This is my guy. We're getting these jerseys
Wait,
tomorrow.
no. Questionable,
This is my guy.
questionable awareness, intensity, and agility. Guarding in spaces. So,
He doesn't offer the floor space.
and he is the 16th pick in the draft.
What is Portland doing here?
7'1", 253. This is my boy.
You know what? Good for them. Good job, Portland, taking a gamble. I'm not sure if I would have taken him when there's other centers on the board.
Okay, the fact that he's in attendance means the NBA knew something the rest of us didn't. So I will assume this isn't as, although he's coming out of the rafters like the Shield in WWE.
Is Johan just falling? He's
I mean, yeah, we're getting to the point. This is what happens every year, right? Playoff teams just get better because the lottery f's it up.
Well, the thing is, though, other than Boston and sorry, I keep forgetting about the Thunder. Miami, I guess they're technically a playoff team. Miami's not good drafts. Minnesota's not taking a center.
Oh, I thought you were saying playoff teams. I didn't know you were saying specifically looking for
looking
center.
for a center.
Oh, no.
Boston makes sense.
Well, Washington, I think, is going to take a center to play off Alex Sarr.
Miami is not trading Bam.
Brooklyn is going to take a center at some point because statistically they have to.
They have like a million
centers. I genuinely don't. They're going to take one of everything. They have 5 picks and they can't seem to find a trade partner. They're just going to take one of everything and sort it out later. I genuinely cannot tell you who owns the number 22 at this point. Is that
22 is whoever Atlanta traded with, which was
or was that a real pick?
No, it was the trade.
No, it wasn't.
With the Pelicans.
No, they now own the 22 and the 23.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought
the
that
23.
I thought the 22 was moved. It wasn't. The 23 was
Yeah.
moved. So Atlanta goes back to back. They won't take another center.
Who's their center?
Oh wait, they haven't picked yet,
They
have
haven't
they?
picked. No.
Oh, but they have Porzingis.
Yeah, but maybe they find someone to back up Porzingis.
Yeah, I would still take a center and a shooting guard if I'm them.
Maybe they take this guy from Spain as their guard, and the French guy.
They love these undersized all or nothing guards. If Jace Richardson is still there, I'm all in on. He, by the way, I'll go on the record right now in case he gets picked here. To me, Jace Richardson is the steal of this draft. Steve, don't take him in our dynasty draft because I want him. He's being criminally. If he was 6'4" instead of 6 foot, he'd be gone already. He's short, but I love him, and he's Jason
The
Richardson.
NBA, for whatever reason, doesn't like small guards anymore.
Nope.
They used to love them. Which is funny because Jalen Brunson's one of the, top guards in the league, and he's maybe 6'1" on a good day.
Now, real quick, why I brought that up. I actually have Jace Richardson going to Minnesota here, which is unique because conventional wisdom would be you take a big here, right?
But they need a guard.
They need a guard, but
Conley's not lasting forever.
But there's a chance.
He's on there, right?
They got Rob Dillingham in last year.
Oh, I forgot they got that.
Yeah, when you look at this team, Anthony Edwards, Dillingham, Dante DiVincenzo, Jaden McDaniels, Terrence Shannon. Those are currently and Mike Conley. Those are your 6
Mark
1
Williams
3
seems happy. He posted a son.
Oh, I love that. Good
So
for
he's
you, Mark
happy to
Williams.
be a son.
I mean, in fairness, if you got traded at the deadline in February and shipped back, you'd be pretty happy to go anywhere. Minnesota, by the way, their main unrestricted free agent, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So they may go with a 3-and-D guy here to replace him. But obviously the big story in Minnesota is Julius Randle and Naz Reid, right? What are they doing there? So if this is a center, are they leaning Randle? If this is a 4, are they leaning
money?
Reid? Tommy does. I paid him in money to be here.
Who has money to sign? Oh, it's the French center.
I wish I had money.
Okay, so now that start the rumor mill, right? Because if they're only going to keep one or the other, conventional wisdom would be they're hoping to keep Randle over Reid, right?
Or do they keep neither?
If you wanted to keep one, right? If you wanted to keep Reid over Randle, you would have tried to find a 4 in this draft, right?
I mean, so Randle made the most sense to keep anyway, right?
Right, but I think he's also going to cost more.
He is. My question is, who in free agency can afford him?
Well, considering Boston has traded 3/5 of its team into the Sun in the last 48 hours, I feel like you can find a way if you want to.
I guess.
I don't think we can put limitations on it at this point in the game. Also, considering the Nets were reported to have to sign D'Angelo Russell to possibly get to the salary floor, my answer is Brooklyn.
Ugh. I don't think New York wants him again.
The New York media is not ready for Julius Randle as a net, but Julius Randle might be ready for Julius Randle as a net. He he would literally foul out in the first quarter of every game against the Knicks.
He would shoot
so
He would shoot like
spiteful when he comes to the
would
Garden.
shoot like 33% from three, taking like 83s.
So worth it. You know what? Let's start the petition now. Julius Randle to the Nets. Steve, if you're still listening, I'm sorry, buddy. Well, let's do it. Steve Randle.
What about him to the
Julius Randle to the
what
Nets.
about Julius Randle to the Wizards?
I love it, but it seems very clear that the Wizards do not want anyone on their team above the age of 24. They have gone to a complete rebuild. Also, I don't know if you noticed, very sneakily, the Wizards, they moved, obviously not sneakily because we just talked about him, but they moved Denny Avdija, who was a first rounder. They got Patrick Baldwin in the Jordan Poole trade. He's like 22 years old, first rounder. They got rid of him. They got rid of Johnny Davis, who was a lottery pick for them 2 years ago. Basically, this brass has come in and said, if you weren't one of ours, we don't want you. We don't care if you were a lottery pick. We don't care if you have upside. So they seem to be convinced that they're just going to draft 15 guys and that's going to be their roster because they don't even want young upside guys who aren't there. So I'd be surprised if the Wizards do anything long-term in free agency. They seem to really be committed to their brand of basketball.
Is that Kevin Nagandi?
On the left?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Maybe. Probably.
It's hard to tell. This isn't the clearest picture. It's an old TV. But, it's massive, so not getting rid of it anytime soon.
That's fair. So now Washington has some options here. Because the run on centers really screwed them here. This seemed like it should have been a center.
Who's left is a lot of guards. What about Noel?
Asa Newell does fit. And I like that pick.
Is this a time to draft and stash?
I wouldn't. You still don't have a whole lot on your bench. I like the kid from Illinois here. Jakachonis is very. He's a little bit. Who am I thinking of?
Jason Capona?
No, Jesus, you look at Jason Capona in that picture. Edit this later so no one says I said this. He's a lot like Jason Kidd, only in the sense that he does not necessarily need the shot to be productive. And on a team that already has so many guys they're trying to hype up as lottery picks they've taken in the last couple of years, it would make sense for them to take somebody who can contribute without needing to be the alpha. And so only in that sense, I'm not saying he's in any. The only sense he's like Jason Kidd is that he can probably coach the Dallas Mavericks if he had to. But that's where the comparison ends.
They won't do. I think that they know that eventually. I mean, Rudy Gobert's like 30. So
yeah, Gobert's getting up
there. His career is
there.
just going to eventually be over soon, and he's French, so bringing the French guy for him to be under his tutelage.
Oh, that's true. We now have the Duke buddies in Phoenix. We have the French towers over in Minnesota. A lot of fun happening here, Steve. Good call by you. Good call, Gilroy.
Who would have guessed to go to Minnesota that has a pair of French towers and not a San Antonio, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We somehow really whiffed on that. Whoops. Steve, I still think it's more about Naz Reid maybe even has flat out informed them he's gone.
So my understanding, they
done the math,
were hoping to keep him.
Yeah,
but I think the price is too high for them.
Yeah, that pick does not suggest Naz Reid is the guy coming back or one of the guys coming back. But we will.
Where would Naz Reid be good?
Naz Reid.
Sorry, he's a good player. I mean, where would he fit in?
Naz Reid could go to Washington. I still don't think Washington's going to do anything big in free agency, but Naz Reid and Alex Sarr together would be Chuck Nasty.
See, this is why the cap is so annoying. The new cap, it makes it so difficult for me to figure out like where is a player like Naz Reid going to go? Because like so many teams are so cognizant of the second apron now that they don't want to like.
The Celtics are literally playing in one of the weakest Easts of all time and won a championship 2 years ago, and they cast off their starting lineup because they wanted to avoid the apron. Like it's almost like the league is playing in fear.
They're taking a sweet time with this pick.
Steve, I appreciate that comment there. Stick around. I want to hear your feedback on 19, and then I'll text you tomorrow about the other 3. But thank you for sticking around as long as you did and commenting as much as you did. Appreciate it, brother. Love you. I also don't mind. This would be a stretch if I'm Washington. I'm probably trading down, but I'm also going to start talking stupidly about the French kid from Stanford. No, the French boy who doesn't go to San Antonio. Maxime Reynaud. He's technically a center, but he's a stretch center. He plays more like a guard. There's actually a couple bigs in the 20s who play like guards, who would give them something totally different. Which, considering they have guys like Rashawn Holmes and Kelly Olynyk on their bench as bigs, it would be a nice change of pace. So I wouldn't mind a stretch 5 here either. But otherwise, Washington really, that's such a bad draw for Washington.
Miami is looking to pair a guard with Tyler Hero.
Yes.
Do they go with this guy?
They could. I had them going Nick Clifford from Colorado State.
I mean, if he's available.
If Jack Jonas is still available, I do it. Honestly, Miami just
I don't know if they would go with Jace.
Look at what happened here. I mean, Miami just sits and waits. I saw him. I think Yahoo had Jace Richardson going to Miami.
Is he a?
He's a dog. I'm still vehement. I think he's the best player in this draft. I'm sorry. Now, other than Cooper Flag. Sorry again. Don't flag me for that comment.
Get out.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
He made a pun about both of you out. We're done. No, I'm kidding.
I really didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I said Jace Richardson's the best player in the draft. I said except for Cooper Flag, and I said don't flag me for that.
Oh,
I look to you for the assist. And you didn't have me.
That's a big red flag when I missed that.
So he just makes the same pun. Great. Couldn't even afford 2 puns on this show.
Flag on the play. You reused flag pun. 10-yard penalty, 4th down.
This is why we can't have nice things, and not at all because of me.
The other
the 18th pick in the draft is Walter Clayton.
I was about to say that. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, rewind the tape. I start talking right before he cuts me off.
And Washington is trading him to the Utah Jazz.
Okay, I like that even less. But I was going to say we've reached that point in the draft where pedigree matters. Walter Clayton is the kid who shot up the boards after having the big March Madness for Florida. And so someone was going to say, screw it. He's a winner. Let's just take him. The fact that it's Utah makes even less sense.
I mean,
because nobody wins in Utah.
I mean, he's their guard.
But they do get a guard. He's a little bit more of a combo guard, but Isaiah Collier can be a little reckless sometimes. So now they have a safer, point or a guy who can play next to Isaiah Collier.
To Washington.
They traded the 21 pick.
I hope.
Okay. That's not terrible.
I don't mind it because Washington was stuck anyway. But I was about to say that. So angry. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, these teams that are bad just got a player who is good, and that's what the draft should do.
Well, we don't know if any of these players are good.
We don't know if they're good, but we know that he has that dog.
Yeah, he has the potential.
I mean, these are some.
Hell, even Cooper. There's no guarantee, right?
I mean, the fact that Steve saw the first net pick and said we're tanking. And then I said, you can't because the Raptors are already worse than you. I mean, we literally are in a culture in the NBA right now where we're rating off teams for 2026 already. So to go out and get a guy who won a national championship, that's important because some of these cultures are really, really bad right now. So this guy has, even if he ends up just being a backup shooting guard, backup combo guard for Utah, that's still look at who they have there now. They have, Filipowski, who made runs with Duke. They have Isaiah Collier, who, has played on, 1,800 teams. You have, this guy. You have guys who know how. Walter Clayton Jr., fine. I'll announce his name, first of his name, second of his name, I guess technically he's a junior.
Geez, he is.
I like what Utah's doing here slowly but surely.
He is so happy to be in the NBA.
Congrats, buddy. You're going to Utah.
Yeah, but he's pairing with Ace Bailey. So, I mean, is that really it's a pretty good selling point, right? Those two to be the base.
Ace doesn't want to be
Who's the
there.
face? Who's the face, right? They're looking to trade Walter Kessler eventually, who would not be a face of a franchise anyway.
Well, that's sort of the insanity of Utah, right? As soon as you become a face, they try to move on from you. We haven't said Lauri Markkanen's name once, by the way. Lauri Markkanen is
I forgot his name.
Lauri Markkanen is
I
the
really
face of
did
that
forget
team.
his name. I was trying to remember it,
but
I was alluding to it earlier.
It just adds to the insanity of the Ace Bailey pick there. But with that being said, again, flip the script the other way, right? This is not a guy who necessarily had the hype prior to the NCAA run he had. So look at what you have here now. You have Ace Bailey and Isaiah Collier, two guys who were top 3 picks in September of their respective years, guys who fell off the hype train, combined with a guy like Floyd who kind of fell on the hype train, right? Walker Kessler kind of moved up the boards too. So a nice little mix there by Danny Ainge of personalities, guys who can kind of learn from each other.
Here's the official trade. Utah is sending 21, 43, and 2 future second-round picks to Washington.
Not bad.
Yeah, Washington needs the depth. I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad for Washington, right? They're trying to accumulate draft picks, and they're dropping, what, 3?
Yeah, Washington. Listen, we said it. Rewind the tape. Washington didn't have a plan at 18. There was nothing logical for them to do, so they got out of the way. That's what everyone else wants their teams to do. That's what Steve wants the Nets to do every time they pick tonight, and they can't do it. So give Washington credit. They did something a lot of teams have been unable to do tonight.
So here's a question. Considering the Spurs didn't draft the center, do they try to trade back into this draft?
No,
Considering
there's a lot of center depth that they can get at the top of the second.
Yeah, they're still sitting at 38. I would just wait
They
at this
traded
point.
back.
Oh,
Yeah,
for what? To how?
I forget what the deal was. Let me go look. It was very early in the draft.
Oh, I did say that, didn't
They
I?
traded number 38 to the Pacers for a future second round in cash.
I mean,
Oh, so they're currently done. Yeah, no, if I'm the Spurs, I'm trading back in. Although you could make the argument, I mean,
Or they're happy with what they got and are going to rest in their laurels. You know?
they might still try. They have money, right? They can try to sign someone.
they could try to sign somebody.
Maybe not street.
There are also some.
Actually, I was going to say that might be a good fit.
Or on the opposite spectrum, Julius Randle.
No. I don't need Kevin painting his turtle.
Julius Randle.
The
With
Randle
Victor
turtle.
Wembanyama. I can't even say Victor's name right.
Yeah, you
Stephen
probably should.
Castle. I mean, I'm loving it.
I don't think Randall fits into that lineup.
I mean, the other thing is if they are
He's a
convinced,
rebounding machine. Sorry.
if they're convinced they're just looking for backup 5. Now, again, we've been going under the assumption we're looking for a guy who can play next to Wemby or be the backup. But if you're just looking for a backup, I mean, you have guys out there. Jericho Sims is a free agent. Jackson, what's his face?
Hayes.
From Jackson Hayes is a free
If I'm
agent.
picking up
right?
a Texas center, it's going to be Jericho Sims. He's younger.
Right? I didn't realize they're both from Texas, but you get my point, right? There's just because whoever that backup center is the 10th guy on that team. That bench is deep enough that you're not looking for a guy who's going to come in and score 15 points. You're looking for a guy who's just going to play some minutes and give Wemby his space.
From the Knicks is
So,
available as well.
Huck Porty would be available, right? You have a ton of guys who can just come in, play 12 to 16 minutes a night, pick up 6 boards, 4 fouls, and be on their way.
Precious.
Precious Achiuwa is out there, right? So they definitely have
Did they go
options.
for Bol
Bol would be out there, definitely an option.
I think Bobo is looking to get minutes and is going to try to find a team that will give him minutes.
That's
That's
true.
true, yeah.
Although I said 12 to 16 at minimum. You could theoretically have an actual, useful backup center too.
Next pick is in. Who shall it be? Steve Milwitz.
Starting point guard Steve.
That was a little error across the bottom there. They said that was the Brooklyn pick, not the Wizard pick. So this is the pick, Steve, that I originally had being the guy they took at 9. They needed the point guard. They needed the combo guard. They got him. You can really have some fun here. You don't really need much by way of a wing. You don't really need much by way of to be honest. I go Asa Newell here. Back up.
See highly on him tonight.
I have been. I mean, go to the. Well, here's why. Go to the board. Right. Pop up real quick. I mean, if you want a forward, now's the time to take a forward because he's really more of a center, and he's one of these kind of jack of all trades, master of none kind of guy. So you're really, if you need the forward, take the forward now. Obviously you're just watching this point at a screen. ESPN currently has its ESPN currently has its big board as the next 10 guys are really two centers. Danny Wolf is a very stretch four, a forward and 7 guards. So if you plan on taking a forward, you really got to take Asa Newell sooner than later. That's why I'm preaching his name here. If you want a guard, pick your favorite. I mean, it's a variety out there, but Asa Newell to me kind of is, you have to take him out of necessity right now if you have any interest. Okay, or go with Nolan Traore. Nolan Traore.
From Browns.
That's Traore. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. That's Traore. My favorite comment about.
I was going to say, but then it went away.
Sorry, Steve. I got you on the Newell train, and then they took a second guard who can't shoot. Sorry.
Oh, the Nets.
A 6'3" guard who can't shoot? That sounds like a...
He has speed. He has shiftiness. My favorite comment I saw about this guy is that he is equally efficient from all 3 levels. Equally inefficient from all 3 levels of scoring, which is a really fun way to say raw with the basketball.
He's just a bad D'Angelo Russell.
I call him drunk Jason Kidd. Imagine if Jason Kidd was willing to shoot from anywhere, but still had the ball control, because even when you're drunk, you can do the things you're naturally best at still anyway. That's Nolan Traore. Listen, Nets fans.
Their draft has been bad.
Yeah, your name's game is on point. Your hair is fantastic. I don't fully get the strategy, and I'm concerned that Steve has not responded yet. I'm concerned that this pick has officially broken our resident Nets fan in the audience.
And he's dealt with what's that guy? The 2 guys from UConn that they got.
Oh, they did the Marcus Williams, Josh Boone. Listen,
this is what broke it.
Listen, I really don't mind these guys together. There's kind of 2 pieces of logic here, right? You have 5 picks. So either one, you can take one of each position and say we're going to try and get better anywhere, or you could just keep taking athletic combo guards that need to improve their shooting, and one of them's about it.
They're trying the Orlando Magic.
This is even worse. This is the Cleveland Browns taking quarterbacks. This is
and that
Dylan
didn't work
Gabriel
out for them.
Well, we don't know that yet. This is Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, I thought you just meant their history.
No.
Brandon Weeden.
No. What the Browns did this year is, there you go. Steve says, meh. Guess we're stockpiling guards. That's exactly what you're doing. Keep taking them. Only go combo guards the rest of the first round.
This is just and
someone's gonna. The other thing is, if you leave this first round, remember,
maybe they'll get their Paolo Banchero at some point.
I'm sticking to this. I think the fact that the draft is 2 days is going to lead to more action, because everyone has time to kind of go home, reflect, think about what happened, think about needs. And if you're the Nets and you leave this thing with 3 or 4 high upside combo guards, someone's going to call you first thing at 6 a.m. and say, let's talk about that guy.
That's fair. So now let's switch to Miami. They got their pick of guards. They're looking to get a guard to pair with Tyler Hero. They have 3 really solid guard choices. They got a couple of bigger. Because Tyler Hero can play the 1 or the 2, right? So they can pick whoever they want from these 3 that they feel fits best with him. I'm not sure how they're going to look at that. I don't know what they're looking for in that sense, but I think that's what they're going to do. is go for guard because they're trying to find someone to pair with him.
Right. So the top 3 on the board here, just so Kilroy's, I got yelled at for playing the pronoun game before. We're looking at Jacashonis from Illinois. We're looking at McNeely from UConn and Richardson from Michigan State. And Richardson is the center of the Venn diagram. McNeely is pretty purely a spot-up shooter. Jacashonis is pretty strictly a point guard. He shoots, but he's really there. He has, his dream is facilitating. The problem for Miami right now is Davion Mitchell really started to look like a true starting point guard, or at least a rotational point guard at the end of last year after he came in that Jimmy Butler trade. And there's now a real chance they can't afford him. And then Terry Rozier came out at the end of the season and said, the way Miami plays is not for me. So your 2 primary ball handling guards other than Tyler Hero are a guy you might not be able to pay and a guy who clearly doesn't want to be there. And so you may have to, even though Hero can play either, you may have to protect the point guard position at this point. And so I think they're going to go with the kid from Illinois. I think they're going to go with Jacashonis, even though I do think Hero and Richardson could play off each other nicely. I think Richardson's the best player in the draft. I've said it. I'll keep saying it.
That's not flag.
But that's not flag. But I think, because on the flip side of things, they're trying to figure out a way to possibly extend Duncan Robinson at less annual salary. Duncan Robinson seems like he's got an easier path to things working out than their 2 point guards currently.
He's just been so out of favor. It just seems odd that they would be willing to.
He has been, but word is they want to just try and figure out his annual number. They like him. They just don't like him.
Number of threes he'll take.
Well, no, that'll be 5 less than the number of times he touches the ball. But they. He's a real fun player to watch. I love watching Duncan Robinson play. But no, I think you got to go point guard here. I get it. But the other thing, Miami, as far as I know, no 2nd round picks. So this is everything, right? They don't have the option like the Nets do. Now again, they could. Steve, I'm just seeing your comment. I love that. Steve in the comments, sorry to switch gears there so quickly, but Steve says if you keep taking these point guards like this, it's just feeding the ball to Cam Thomas, which I don't mind that strategy actually. But yeah, finishing up with Miami, I think point guard, but let's see what happens here.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
So it's Jacashonis from Illinois, which is a pick that makes a ton of sense. He might be drunk Jason Kidd. Here's another one who will really make some great decisions and then leave you with a real questionable choice. But super, super high IQ, very Eric Spoelstra guy, really understands the game, will be able to come right in and just kind of seems to know where he's supposed to be on both sides of the ball, so even if he can't always do it. He knows what's up.
Whose pick is this? It's not Utah.
That right? Is Washington's pick coming up. Correct.
Okay. So Washington, is there a set?
So we're back exactly where we were moments ago.
So
can Washington find a set?
So Raynard.
So yeah, we just literally, if you want to just pause for a minute, rewind the tape for about 4 minutes, and then come back to the spot. We already had this conversation. I still love the French kid from Stanford, Reynaud. I think he gives them something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot he was French, so not for nothing.
Yeah. I think he's better on teams like Sarr can shoot, or at least Sarr will shoot, right? I think Reynaud is more valuable on a team like Orlando that doesn't have a stretch 5. He adds something extra. But Washington is
this Danny Wolf guy could be a center.
Danny Wolf is drunk Magic Johnson because he will also shoot and pass from anywhere. It'll end up in the audience, but he's also 6'11" or whatever Magic Johnson was.
He was 2 inches, whatever. So who's the drunk Mongo in this draft?
Oh, it's the kid from China who's listed as bad at basketball, and his pros are listed as tall.
Why was he drafted so high? nothing. There was nothing positive in
That
his
was
description.
a real rough review by ESPN. They did him dirty. They did him real dirty. He can't be that bad. That has to be a wrong evaluation by ESPN.
Hey, Portland must think it's a Portland, right? Yeah, they must think he's a diamond in the rough.
It's right, right?
The extreme rough.
I don't get it.
Nothing but rough. So this is going to.
I mean, Chauncey Billups is going to have his hands full
This is
in
my
Portland.
Okay. This is that
You know, maybe Chauncey Billups is trying to build his Detroit Pistons in Portland.
Is this their Darko Milicic? Is that the plan? This is a pick that's going to ultimately go to Washington here.
So who did Miami pick?
I didn't think about it, but yes, he's there, Darko.
Miami took the point guard from Illinois,
Oh, okay. That's
which makes sense, right? They needed a guy. I think it's time they also get some Terry Rozier insurance as well.
Where does Terry Rozier end up playing?
San Antonio.
you know what? Weird enough,
They have
I could
so many
see that, but I
guards.
don't like it.
He can replace Chris Paul.
Isn't that what De'Aaron Fox is doing?
Yeah.
Nope.
Because you have Fox and Castle starting, presumably, right?
We don't need another guard.
Someone needs to sit on the bench and look good in a suit, just like Chris Paul did.
You didn't sit on the bench all season. You played all 82 games.
Oh, who am I thinking of?
Maybe Kawhi in his injury season.
Maybe. And maybe I'm thinking of the entire Philadelphia 76ers.
Who's picking?
No, I got.
This is Washington.
I
Then we have two Atlanta picks.
Then Atlanta goes back to back. And
So
that's another
question,
problem because that could be a center and a shooting
Does
guard.
Atlanta get their replacement for Kevin's most hated player?
Wait. Oh, night, Steve. We
Good
love you,
night,
brother.
Steve. Can someone remember his name? Trey Young. There we go.
Oh, I thought you were saying it, hoping Kevin would appear from the mist.
No. No, I just blanked on Trey Young.
Just
I
walks up
can't
to
help it. I have problems recalling names. Anyway, Jace Richardson and Trey Young in the backcourt,
Interesting that Liam McNeely's still.
and then allows them to potentially trade Trey Young if things start going poorly for them.
I tell you, Jace Richardson as a replacement for Trey Young, I really like that. Jace Richardson and Trey Young
Well,
together.
no, they wouldn't be playing together. He'd be the sixth man.
Okay, I was gonna say it's a very tiny.
No. He'd be the sixth man because you have the Dyson next day.
You have Dyson next to him, yeah.
So obviously he's not going to replace Dyson. So,
So while we're waiting on this Washington pick, Kilroy, for all the money in my pocket, who's the coach of the Wizards?
the Wizards? Oh man,
It's their pick. We'll get to the Magic soon enough. There's no reason you should know this. There's no. I found it by accident doing the research for this episode.
it's not Wes Unseld Jr. anymore.
This is the guy who took Wes Unseld Jr.'s job. Tommy, did you just Google it, or do you happen to know this?
Oh, I was looking at something else.
Um,
Do you happen to know this? Who
I
coaches?
don't
Is it a
know
former
the Wizards.
player?
He might be. Somebody had this name on the Utah Jazz once upon a time, but I don't know if it was this first name.
it's not Chris Humphries.
No, if this is a player, this was a player. This would have been a backup big on the '90s Utah Jazz.
No, I'm not going to remember that.
If he was, if he was the player.
that is well out of my my.
Anyway, this would be Brian Keefe.
No one is going to guess that. No one.
I still have the money.
Now, if you ask me to remember the Orlando Magic coach, just because you guys have forgotten it for so many times, I've remembered it and I know what it is. So if I say it, I better get that money.
No one's asking you. And Kevin's the only one who reminds us every moment.
That's why
I get texts at 3 a.m. with him reminding me. But the good news is I finally remember Chris Finch is the
Jamar
Minnesota
McDougal?
close.
Jamal Mosley.
Oh,
Jamar McDougal.
The good news is I remember Chris Finch is for Minnesota.
Chris Finch, yes, we got
That one that took me an eternity. The guy's such a good, successful coach, and it took me until the Knicks tried coaching him to remember who he was.
Orlando stuff, because when I got the news, I really thought they had announced Jerome Moiso was the coach. And once it wasn't Moiso, I couldn't. Is he? I don't know.
Utah selected which is not Utah. This is
Washington.
Washington selected this guy from Illinois.
All right, they took
Will Riley.
They took Will Riley. Who did?
I honestly thought that Miami might have taken him,
Who did they?
Who did they take the first time? Yeah, everyone, check your notes real quick. Who did we start with?
and that wasn't because of the last names next year.
What's the team? I already forgot.
Washington.
Trey Johnson.
Okay, this makes a little bit of sense then. Trey Johnson is more of a pure shooter. He does it with skill. Riley does it a little bit more with energy.
So Riley is a guard forward, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he's a wing.
6'8".
He's a no threes, no D's 3D guy. I really don't know what to tell you. He's super duper raw. He's unreliable defensively. He will make some bonehead plays, but he's got a great first step. And so they pair together two guys nicely here who can score at different levels.
This might be a good spot for Raynor with Atlanta.
Yeah, okay, I'm in on that. Notice we don't care about this Washington at all. like they just need to keep adding to the bench.
I mean, it's just that they're such a bad team that they just need bodies and to figure out who's good. This is very reminiscent of the Orlando Magic up until recently, right? Where they just kept drafting who they best body available, and we don't care if we're have 18 point guards who are not actually point guards,
Right?
Because they still somehow don't have a point guard. The Orlando Magic.
He doesn't look thrilled.
They love Suggs. They're all in on Jalen Suggs.
Jalen Suggs, who is, I thought he was a shooting guard.
He's their point guard. He's going to play next to Bane.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but imagine you're this kid and you were either going to Utah or Washington. not the destinations I would have loved to go to.
So I'm also going to just add to the circus here real quick.
High IQ.
Right? He know the tenacity is there, the energy is there. He's got a great first step. But he just, I mean, you just saw him, right? He does that look like a fully grown adult yet? Like he just.
He still looks like
he just looks like he's not quite. He looks like a baby giraffe when he runs up and down the court half the time.
Which I mean, I guess
which
fine,
is fine,
Like,
right? I mean, he's a young kid. He's going to be like the 11th man on Washington. They have a couple of vets who are there for another couple of years. I mean,
it's a fine pick for someone that you can like.
For a team that's going nowhere for a couple of years. I mean, I like it. I don't mind it. I just don't expect much in the immediate. Atlanta, we have to add also. Georgie Niang and Terrence Mann have both gone in these trades. So they actually don't really have wings on the bench right now.
So this could be Noel, whatever, Asa.
Really the only guy they have on their bench, because remember, Capella, LeVert, and Nance are all free agents also. So they really have lost 5 guys off their bench. The only thing they have on their bench right now is Kobe Buffkin as a backup point guard and Mohamed Gay as a backup 4. That's all they have. So they can really go anywhere with this.
With these two picks.
I do like the idea of Reynaud or Wolf as a stretch 5, because that really offsets Okongwu nicely, right?
And they got Porzingis there to help.
They have Porzingis too, right? I also really like this kid Drake Powell from North Carolina. He's another one, kind of like Isaiah Collier last year. Actually was a top 5 prospect, or a lottery prospect at least, very early in the year, and has just sunk and sunk and sunk. But he
has a huge wingspan.
Yeah, freakish athlete, knows what he's doing.
Is he a good defender? Oh yeah, 3D.
Yeah, just he's a lot like McNeely in that the shot just didn't fall this year. But
that's part of the game.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that. I mean, this is a kid who had tremendous. I think about Jalen Johnson from their team, right? He was another guy who was a top 5 prospect once upon a time, right? Atlanta not afraid to take those guys. And honestly, if I left with one of the shooting, stretch 4 or 5s here and Drake Powell, I'd be very happy as an Atlanta fan. We'll see what happens, but that's where I would go. I would go with either Wolf or Renault and Drake Powell here.
Who's after them? It's back to New Orleans. No, New Orleans. No, OKC as the pick after that.
Who's got that?
That could be a stash. So that New Orleans pick, quick reminder, that 23 pick that's coming up is Atlanta. That was the 13 for 23 swap.
That's right.
So that's why we're saying 2 names for Atlanta here, because they're going to go back to back. One organically that they
So
own.
there's a chance that Jace Richardson goes to OKC.
Jace Richardson to OKC would be my own personal level of hell, not only because I think he is an absolute stud, but also in a world where even Cason Wallace has to just sit around and wait his turn. Jace Richardson might play 3 minutes a night in Oklahoma
But he also
City.
could go to the Magic.
He could, which I would also love. However, I'm convinced. I mean, I know I keep saying his name, but the Renault from Stanford. Oh my God, I adore him on Orlando. That is such a good fit. For
I'm
him.
saying he's gone to go.
If-
He's traded.
If he's
selected by Atlanta.
if he's taken here to Atlanta, Jace Richardson to Orlando to take that Cole Anthony spot after
Yeah.
Cole Anthony went is Orlando has won. Like that redeems the entire Desmond Bain trade. Even if now again, I think Orlando won that trade. But if I know like Steve was in the chat before saying he doesn't like the Desmond Bain trade. If you can replace Cole Anthony with a guy with
I
higher
understand.
upside
So,
and get
yeah.
Desmond Bain, you've
I'll
really
say
done
this.
nice.
I
work there.
understand why they did the trade.
Mhm.
I don't. They had no choice but to give up those picks because that's just how the NBA is right now.
Mhm.
I think they gave up too much, but I understand why they did the trade. But I also they had no choice, right? Look what the Knicks gave up from Bridges. Look what the Timberwolves gave up for Rudy Gobert. They had no choice but to
Right.
give up the picks. I don't necessarily. I think I like him as a player. I don't necessarily. I just don't. I hate how ridiculous the draft picks are right now.
Right.
But that is just how the NBA is because of the second apron, I guess, right?
You have to imagine it has something to do with it. Although Rudy Gobert, I mean,
It was before that.
right? Once the market starts,
Yeah.
it starts.
It's still crazy that Luka only went for one, but there may be shenanigans with that. But don't quote me on it because Adam Silver, if you want to sponsor us, it didn't happen. There's no shenanigans. Adam Silver himself sponsoring us, brought to you by Adam Silver. Not the NBA, just brought to you by Adam Silver.
No matter what,
Sponsored by the NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
no matter what we say, it's just
No, he
dubbed
can't-
over.
No,
This league is awesome. This league is awesome.
he can't legally put the NBA commissioner part, so it's just sponsored by Adam Silver.
Yeah.
He
Nice.
just goes by Silver or something.
So it's just extra like
Silver Commissioners.
Yeah, it's just the burner LLC. But
Yeah.
we all know what it is.
he's not even trying to hide it. It's just his name but reverse.
Sponsored by a damn silver company.
Silver Shoes
Adam
LLC.
Silver. We're off the rails not because of the time, but because no one's watching.
Well, we're off the rails because I will tell them blue in the face. If a team has back-to-back picks, they should still only get 5 minutes. I'm vehement about this. I will always be vehement about this. This is 10 minutes of my life the Atlanta Hawks are
Drake Powell.
taking from me. Oh,
Drake Powell.
that's one. I need an excuse to get up and get more soda, but I'm very proud of myself for that because he's like 12th on the ESPN Big Board.
Who's next?
Wow. Liam McNeely still hasn't been picked.
I told you, Powell in the center, and the Hawks have themselves a night.
Oh, here it is. Oh, this is the guy we were literally just
That's what
talking
that's what I'm saying. I got it right. I
about.
had
I
this
get it.
one.
It just took me a moment for it to register one until I clicked and reread the exact same thing I just read.
Atlanta we saw this with Jalen Johnson, right? Atlanta not afraid to go out and get the household name that seems to be falling, right? It's
I
what the
like
Baltimore Ravens are good at. It's what the Hawks are unreliable at.
Oh,
But
it's
they're
what the
not
Hawks
afraid
are
to-
trying to do.
Right, and sometimes it works, right? It occasionally hits.
They've
and
had a
sometimes
couple
it doesn't.
guys, and then they traded to Portland. They traded the one guy.
Which guy did they trade for?
Someone in Portland was from them that they had. maybe it was free agent signing in the end. He was pretty solid. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It's Portland.
It's Portland. You go there for music.
Good music in Portland.
That's what I've heard. I've never been to Portland. Eventually, as it's on the list of 50 states. I know Portland's not a state. Let me clarify. I am aware that Portland is not a state. I was saying, and I'm like, people are going to think this guy's a total idiot thinking Portland's a state.
Oh, what are we gonna do with you, man?
But Oregon is on the list
Of states.
of states.
famous
and-
for having Portland in it.
Yeah. So clearly, if I'm going to go somewhere,
Not to be confused with Portland, Maine.
Maine, which is where Cooper Flagg, who's better than James Richardson, who may or may not get taken by Orlando. And it all comes full circle.
Everything just comes back to Orlando.
We will get the show to be all until Franz Wagner comes on. We will keep Orlando in the algorithm as strong as we need to.
what a problem. It's about being a magic.
I don't
By then,
I don't know, but do you think Mo Wagner, free agent this year?
but isn't he coming off an injury?
I mean, yes, but even if he wasn't, are they just stuck with him?
Who?
The Magic. Like, will Franz be pissed if they let Mo walk?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's not like the Giannis and the Giannis is Antetokounmpo. I can't say his last name.
Just say Giannis.
His brothers. Giannis's brothers.
I mean, not that we know yet, but
I don't know.
you know how we would know if Franz would come on our show and tell us.
A big tell-all. We want you, buddy.
Yep, good old Franz.
And then we just lost our Adam Silver.
We could just keep a sponsors tally right up there. The sponsor tally goes down one. Whoops. Sorry, Adam.
Why is there a why? What is this commercial?
In general,
Fresh
it's
drama.
It's one of the
Hot
Love Island type
singles.
shows. But I will say now we haven't been watching like super dedicatedly, but they really have not tailored the advertisements at all
No, they've been pretty.
to
yeah.
like, sports.
No, mostly just
I think
pop
they're
culture
just-
because I think the
they're-
only
they're
thing I
hurting.
remember was a Fantastic Four.
They're kind of just hurting, right? It's a Wednesday.
That's true. Although
See, this is
we
why I
also
don't do this on
we are
Wednesday.
also on the ABC on a Disney affiliate, so they can't go too.
So they went with sexual.
So they can go with hot singles in your area.
Listen, they figure at 10:50 they can do whatever they want. There's exactly 3 people watching, and it's us.
By the way, NBA, go back to Thursday. So if I want to take off the next day, I have a 3-day weekend instead of I take off. I'm in the middle of my.
This Wednesday thing is a little weird. If you want to go 2 nights, go Thursday and Friday like the NFL does. The NFL is better than you in every way. Just copycat them. It's fine. We're waiting on Atlanta to pick here again, which I cannot stress enough.
But right now,
just went
their
down.
selection is TD Bank.
The tally just went down.
even they're sponsored somehow. Again, I cannot stress enough why they get 10 minutes to do this. I mean, there are thousands of employees and interns and everyone else just waiting with lists. Why they don't have 2 names ready to go on a pin is really beyond me. I get you can have trades, but if you were going to say no to 22, you're going to say no to 23. I'm sorry, it is what it is. They should, or at least shorten it. You get 8 minutes, but this is absurd. So that is the holding pattern we're in right now.
They're selecting Jake from Save One.
Nice. We're going to run into the same problem in about a half hour when the Nets have 2 picks in a row. So
By the way, we are already almost at 11,
get excited. about that.
and the draft is not over.
Yeah. So for those who attempt to watch this in one sitting, we did the math, and the first pick was at 8:07, meaning that if they just had a running 5-minute clock, the latest it could go would be 10:37. Well, it's 10:51, and we are just a little over 2/3 of the way through this nonsense. So clearly, that 5-minute timer is
It's a little loose.
more of a suggestion than anything else. But I get that they stop it for announcements and things of that nature. But I think we've seen the commissioner doing a special announcement one time or something like that, and it definitely didn't take 25 minutes off the end of the episode. All right, so the pick is mercifully in. We think this is going to be a big. I think it's specifically going to either be the kid from Stanford or the kid from Michigan. Every time Yang Hansen's name comes across the bottom, I laugh. Still the most bizarre pick of the night.
I don't know what the Nets were thinking tonight.
All right, so I don't mind what Atlanta does here. They go with Asa Newell, the forward out of Georgia.
Yeah, it's fine.
Which, again, they kind of need help everywhere. They have Porzingis, they have Mohamed Gay, but he can kind of play a combo 3-4, so can Newell. It's a Georgia boy. You know, Atlanta takes the kid who went to Georgia.
Yeah, it's fine.
How can you not be mad about that?
Does that say traded to Brooklyn, the Powell?
Traded to Brooklyn.
Traded to Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah, look at
No
that.
shit.
Looks like Powell is.
Did we miss something?
I mean, I haven't been listening to the.
So it looks like that Drake Powell pick that I was so confident belonged in Atlanta is not going to stay in Atlanta. However, I do still like the pick. I think that was
What we
the right
think.
pick in that draft.
Look at me,
We are investigating whether or not he went to the Nets.
which would also be a weird.
Oh, my apologies, sports fans. We knew that. That is part of the Porzingis trade.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Atlanta never had these two picks. Our fault, everybody. Sorry about that.
So Newell finally goes.
Yeah.
So Newell goes to Atlanta as part of the 13-23 swap. Drake Powell, who always was going to the Nets when this draft started.
So the Nets drafted 3 guards.
So the Nets have now Drake Powell is a different guard. This is sort of a guard who could be a small forward, you know, freak athlete wing, and then 2 raw sort of combo guards.
So now this Asa Newell is a weird.
Asa Newell is now Atlanta decided to go best player available, which is a little bit weird. It pretty much locks in that Porzingis is definitely going to be playing a 5 on this team, or suggests they're not keeping Kristaps Porzingis, which, just say it with me now, San Antonio Spur Kristaps Porzingis has a fun ring to it.
Yeah. To the chagrin of this guy over here.
I hate it. I hate it because you're giving up capital for a guy who has not been able to stay healthy and is a worse version of your star center.
If you give up capital.
Yeah, I mean, if you get him for like nothing.
I mean, Boston just launched him into the sun.
That's going to literally lower his
Maybe
lower
Atlanta
his
will do the
value,
same.
the way they just launched him into the stratosphere.
Yeah, not that he has one. I just saw a really funny meme and I accidentally clicked off of it. There was 2 fat guys and something about Zion Williamson, and I'm guessing whoever they drafted is also a fat guy.
Oh no.
As a fat man, I appreciate fat man jokes. Maybe I'm in the
as long
minority.
as they're in good spirits.
The fat guys or the jokes?
Fat guys.
Both.
Have you met a fat guy who's not in good spirits? Other than Frank the Tank.
Hmm.
Who just hates everything the Mets do.
These
Frank,
are-
please come on our show. And we'll do a walk with you. I'll walk with Frank. Mongo will walk with Frank. We'll do 3. I'll do it, Mongo does it, and then me and Mongo will do it with you. And you don't even have to pay us.
No,
We'll just show up.
no, we get paid by just saying Adam Silver's name enough times throughout the episode.
This next pick's gonna be established.
This has to be one of the 2 European League guys. By the way, Asa Newell, real quick, absolute freak athlete, was described as having springs in his legs. Shockingly good rim protector for a combo 3-4 forward. Atlanta
This could be Renault.
needs more athleticism. This could be Renault coming up here in a minute. I really, really like this pick for Atlanta from a standpoint of, especially Jalen Johnson, coming off the injury. You don't want to ask him to do much. I tell you what, Dyson Daniels and Asa Newell together, by the way. Dyson
No,
Daniels
it's
with his 4 steals a game or whatever
What's up with
nonsense he put up.
Asa Newell not having a picture in a jersey. He's just wearing a black t-shirt.
No one knew where he was going to get drafted to.
He's probably like, oh. Do you think they take McNeely here?
So I'm seeing that the guy that the Blazers picked. I think you said this, and I just ignored you. Is the Chinese Jokic?
He's a Chinese Joker?
Yeah, but Joker, like, the issue was that, like, he was he I don't know, he wasn't looked at. Those were such poor
That's a
words.
really rough evaluation by ESPN.
If he's gonna be like the best player in the league, but Chinese, that's your comparison, and then ESPN says he's a horrible player.
Oh, this is going to Sacramento, by the way.
Oh, okay, that's fun. I can get behind that.
Did Sacramento? What was that trade?
Nick Clifford. Well, it's a proposed trade.
He's a wing, I'm guessing, is what W stands for.
Yeah.
You know, that classic NBA position W.
What is that like a forward or
A wing is a 2 or a 3
okay? Oh,
typically.
like a shooting guard or a small forward.
Yeah, it's a combo. It's the combo. It's what used to be just a combo guard forward.
Which I'll tell you, this is interesting because Sacramento is another team that just needs help everywhere, and this guy is a very Swiss Army knife type player who will fit very nicely with Sabonis, guys like that. But when you look at Sacramento, their free agents: Jake LaRavia, Trey Lyles, Jay Crowder, and Markelle Fultz. No wings there, guys. This is a team that needed to replace its fours off the bench and replace its backup point guard. And with only a second rounder here, this feels like a luxury the Kings did not have. I'm not fully sure I get this pick.
And they don't really have a point guard of the future because they got rid of Halliburton. They got rid of
David Mitchell, who now looks
and they got rid of
They got rid of Aaron Fogg. Now the only thing here is that there have been rumors of Malik Monk being on the move. This guy can take that spot, but
which is fine.
But this is still a different type of player. This is more of an intangibles guy, whereas Malik Monk is more of a, wows you with his points.
The question now is who is the Thunder?
Getting
here from Sacramento.
So this is the Magic pick.
It's Malik Monk.
That would be
and the Magic. So Magic could be getting. You want it to be this guy.
So
or this guy. I think these two.
I mentioned this stat about 2 hours ago, but just real quick, I need to say it again. Mo Wagner, Goga Batadze, Wendell Carter, and Jonathan Isaac combined for 1.9 threes per game last year. Maxime Reynaud from Stanford averaged
and they're one of the worst
averaged
threes,
1
right? Is what we
yes.
Yeah.
Reynaud averaged 1.91 threes per game. Reynaud literally can do the job of 4 guys when it comes to threes. They have a major redundancy amongst their bigs. Let Mo Wagner walk, replace it with Reynaud. He's a cheaper option. He's a younger option. He's a guy that does something different than the rest of their bigs.
And the Lakers bring back Mo.
I would, and then your future backup center, Mo Wagner for the Spurs.
Would not be bad.
That wouldn't be bad at all.
I love Jace Richardson. He replaces Cole Anthony nicely. But you have a golden opportunity here to move on from Mo Wagner and get a different type of big in Orlando. I love Reynaud to Orlando here. And
then you got 2 Brooklyn picks in a row.
Yes.
And Brooklyn is just going to take whoever.
They're going to take more guards.
This is wild that Brooklyn just did nothing with these picks. I mean, we'll see what happens. They might move out for one of these, but this could be. They really can't move up.
Are they going to take 2 more guards?
Maybe that's where
all 5 picks are guards.
I tell you what, in a Brian Scalabrine sort of sense, Brooklyn would fall in love with Danny Wolf. This is a guy who if Danny Wolf gets drafted tonight, we're going to take a pause so Kilroy can watch Danny Wolf highlights. This is a man who looks like he's playing on roller skates the whole time in both a great and terrible way, but he's really, really fun to watch. Otherwise, looks like, what do we have here left? We have 26, 27, 22. We have 6 picks left, and this looks pretty chalky from ESPN.
11:30.
Everything I've seen has this kid, Ben Suraf from Israel, going to Minnesota at the 31st overall pick, first pick of the second. So it looks like they kind of cheated a little bit, and it looks like they think they're your last 6 guys in some order, and we can just pick it up right there.
Which is fine.
Minnesota picks in 7 picks to kick off the second round, and the guy everyone has him associated with is 7th on ESPN's big board right now. So that's what I'm saying. I think the fix is in here. I think ESPN knows who these last 6 guys are.
Does Minnesota own that? Was that the pick they traded?
Did Minnesota move 31?
Did they? They just made it when they traded, didn't they?
I can't keep track.
I don't know what picks they gave up. I don't remember anything, man.
I wonder if the Spurs.
I don't know. Let's put it this way: they would have made this board long before Minnesota made that trade. So
No, I wasn't meaning it that way. I was just meaning it. I was curious. Are they still picking in that spot? Is all I was saying. Because didn't they make a trade?
no, I don't think they did. Can we go to the board? I can tell you.
They drafted the French guy. Remember, the French center.
But he was organically at their pick.
Yeah. No, you're right.
All right, so the pick is in here on Orlando. I think
There you go, Chase Richardson.
there you go. They really could have gone one of 2 ways. Who then came off the board? There you go. Jace Richardson is just a better Cole Anthony. I mean, he makes a lot more sense than Cole Anthony did there. He can handle backup 1 duties, but to me, he's an elite baller. I love watching him play. Obviously, he grew up under.
No, I'm just wrong. My bad.
He grew up under Jason Richardson's tutelage, obviously as his son. He doesn't have the dunks of Jason. He doesn't have the height of Jason, but kid's a baller, and I think Orlando. Knowing that he's going to be coming off the bench, guaranteed. Along with Anthony Black, that's pretty freakish athleticism. As
he only averaged
1 and 2.
9.6 points per game, Jason, in college.
Well, what are we looking at?
That's what that says. Jason Richardson, 2001 draft, 5th pick overall, 9.6 points per game. And that's not his career numbers.
Right, but was that his last year in college or was that his rookie year?
I think that was his last year because it said then he had Sean's number where it was 12.1.
That was a bad graphic, ESPN. You're no longer allowed to be one of our sponsors. Adam Silver, you're back in. Folgers Coffee, you're up.
Because wasn't Jason Richardson? I mean, was it just because his dunks that he was?
No, I mean Michigan.
I remember him being so electric.
Boogie, oogie, oogie. Now,
9.6 is such a low number for the 5th overall pick.
And I'll
for a guy who was known for offense.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say, I mean, games used to end much lower in college back then, but I don't believe that stat to have been correct.
And without Kevin, we can't look things up.
What we were looking at, I don't believe was correct.
Without Kevin, we can't look it up.
Yeah,
9.6 points per game his rookie season would make sense.
Yes.
Kevin couldn't join us tonight.
No, he literally can't because he's busy. Well, maybe he can because it's 11 o'clock now. He is part of the zoning board, so he has to be at these meetings that are wonderful hours.
Yeah, he did explain that.
And I told him he should threaten to quit his job if they don't move it, and he's like, "This not happening."
He might have said that if the Knicks had the number 1 pick.
Well, no, he would have just said the meeting starts at 8:08. All right, so now. So we can play this back tomorrow. So Steve is not watching right now. He went to bed, but he can watch this tomorrow. We still have these 2 shooting centers or, power forward centers left on the big board here. We have Renault from Stanford. We have Danny Wolf from Michigan. And for any other team in the league, I would say Renault is the better fit. I am so team Danny Wolf to Brooklyn here to complete one of the most bizarre drafts you'll ever see in NBA history. Please bring it home, Brooklyn. Please finish this with 1 more guard and a 6'11" guy who plays like one.
Okay, so Jason Richardson did not score 9.6 points per game in his rookie year. He averaged 14.4. So now I just got to look up his college.
Now that I looked up the wrong stats, I can look up the right.
Put this ad about.
We've really reached the bottom of the hour here, so to speak. This is just a reminder that we used to do two of these in a night.
Oh, 2 rounds in.
Here we go. Here's his college stats. Yeah, his career average it was career average.
Oh, okay,
His
that's-
70 games was 9.6.
Okay, well, that means if his freshman year he came in
He
2 minutes a game
averaged
here and
his
there.
his second year, he averaged 15. He averaged 5.1 his freshman year.
Okay,
That makes much
more sense. Again, I'll just say it.
So why put that weird stat?
Right, ESPN, shame on you.
That's such a weird stat.
I mean, I guess what you could extrapolate from that is because Jace Richardson had the better college numbers, you're saying he's going to be better than Jason Richardson. And I'll tell you right now,
if you look at the when he was playing, Jason Richardson had better numbers.
Correct. Make that up for 36, and it's a garbage stat anyway. But most of the stats they show on these major markets are garbage anyway. But I'll tell you, if you even get a sniff of Jason Richardson, I mean, bravo, you've stolen a pick here. But I can't tell you now, I love Jace Richardson. I really do. You watch the kid and you go, that's someone who grew up on the court, who understands what's supposed to happen at any given moment. Really, really like that pick a lot.
This would be a good Hugo Gonzalez pick. Not this pick, but like for the Nets, because you could stash him potentially.
Counter argument. They can draft Danny Wolf twice. Just to make really sure nobody gets Danny Wolf but them.
Now, what's your thoughts on the Cincinnati Bengals and their ability to just not screw over their first round pick?
You got to imagine the Nets and the Bengals have some sort of bet going on to see who could have the weirder offseason. But to segue it back, it's a PR nightmare, right? And obviously it's a future free agent nightmare. If you're Brooklyn, are you in the room right now going, we need to take somebody over 6'9" just so our fans don't completely turn on us?
But they
like,
have.
Is this
they
an
have their
obligatory?
bigs.
I mean, Day'Ron Sharp's a restricted free agent.
And Nick Claxton's their starting center.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, well, that's all they need.
Okay, so name their power forwards.
Sharp.
Okay, so name their backup forward and center.
Sharp.
All right.
He starts and is a backup. I don't know who's on their team. They have money. They can sign someone. They can get Mo Walker back there.
So you are saying you completely support this strategy and you will be buying a share of the Nets tomorrow?
Can I get it for free, but I still collect money from it? Then yes.
Yes. Okay. So the point is they do not have a Drew Timme, by the way, is the answer to who is the Nets backup center at the moment. Their backup.
You just pulled that out of here. You did not remember that. It took you an eternity.
No, I happen to have it. I happen to have it.
Okay.
I happen to have it right here.
Do.
And I will tell you that this team has D'Lo and Dariq Whitehead as point guards, so that's why they picked 2 point guards. I get that. But you are looking at a team that has Zaire Williams, Cam Thomas, Tyrese Martin, Jalen Wilson, Keon Johnson, wrong Whitehead, and Cam Johnson, all as wings. They don't need more wings, and they went out and took arguably 2 of them because one of those guys a combo. This is the Whitehead who got drafted from Duke like 2 years ago. Not was that Noah Whitehead who was in the league like 15 years ago? This is Tariq Whitehead.
That's a surprisingly more common last name than I realized.
And at least in the NBA, you wouldn't
in
think
sports in general. There's
yeah.
another athlete who has that last name as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be that successful of a name, I mean, is kind of weird.
Right, we're not talking about Luke Johnson. That's like just
right,
obvious.
Right. Although this team has multiple Williamses, a Thomas, a Wilson, and a Johnson. So they are, and a Martin. So they're 2 Johnsons. So they're doing a really good job of
Ben. This is the guy you were just talking about.
This is the guy who I thought was going to Minnesota. So
and another guard. So congratulations. You have now drafted 4 guards.
This has to be a trade. Oh my God, this has to be a trade. This can't be real.
Oh man.
I'll tell you.
He's going to be so happy he slept for this.
I'll tell you, this is another fun highlight reel to watch. This is not as good as, first of all, just the acne on his face to tell you how raw he is. This. I mean, he literally just ripped the ball out of a man's hands.
That's allowed in Europe.
Yeah, this guy is he just bowled that guy over. This is a very raw player, but he's freakish. They just showed him. They're literally watching him just mug players.
You're watching a guy who would have fit in perfectly in the 90s.
In the 90s, exactly.
But he's not at all.
He's gonna need some time to. He's gonna need some time to transfer. But
look at this. they're all good. One's a wing.
Okay, but that's technically still a guard in a way.
I'll tell. God, and those are three of the most.
Presenting your Brooklyn guards. They're not even the Nets anymore. They're the guards.
It's not even like they went out and
The
grabbed
Brooklyn Guardians.
Oh Lord.
like the kid from Illinois, or the kid. Sorry, I'm still waiting for someone to acknowledge red flag. Or the kid from Oklahoma, Fears. Like they're distinct point guards, right? And then you have like Trey Johnson, who's a distinct shooting guard. You could have taken three different levels of guard, and I get I'm generalizing, but those three guards they got are very similar in kind of where they fall on the 1 to 2 spectrum. They all have the same sort of rawness when it comes to their shot and consistent shooting. They're all super high motor.
Their coach.
No, their coach is Jordi Fernandez, which is why the European connection there makes sense. That honestly, it's funny that last one actually made more sense. They're getting closer to normal as they go, but it shouldn't take you 5 picks to get to normal.
Now, mind you, any of these could have been traded, and now we're just not looking.
That's true, but I mean, the fact that they just put them all up on the board there suggests that up until this point, they have all of them.
You'd think that they take the time to pick if they knew they had 2 picks. Why not just take the time to pick?
Pick is in for the Nets. Let's see, is it going to be 5 for 5 on guards?
Now, I will say this: Dariq Whitehead has looked bad early on in his career. D'Lo's a free agent, so that's 2 point guards. You did need 2.
So
Tyrese Martin, Jalen Wilson, free agents. That could
Boston
be the wing.
needs a center, right? So they could get they're gonna get either Wolf or
Reyno.
Reyno.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be Rasheer Fleming.
Oh no.
I'm kind of glad we're not listening to Stephen A.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best part of this by far is that it's on mute. I got to be totally honest.
He's knowing him. He's
I used to
takes.
be entertained, like I could tolerate him for a little bit. Now I'm just tired of him, and now he's just randomly picking fights with LeBron. Though it's just weird.
Yeah, ever since then
It's
he's
just
really
so weird.
been odd. I think it's time for him to write off.
Well, he's trying. The whole sensationalism from him is his thing, right? Like that's his whole, shtick.
Yeah, but it's kind of worn out.
Well, that's why Skip kind of is falling, fell out of favor. That people that's a big reason ESPN has been struggling is that's not what fans want anymore, but they're still trying to push it. Now maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm right. We will never know. But I like this guy's hair.
He does have quite the hair.
It reminds me of my hair, which is probably why I like it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, my hair's longer. Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, so I'm trying to.
Do you agree or no?
Could you grow your hair like that? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wolf. The
Oh, you got your wish.
No, this guy, he's gonna get traded. This is gonna break my heart. You will actually watch a grown man cry on the internet if they trade him. I am so happy here. Please watch and enjoy these highlights. I adore this kid.
You're not going to show highlights.
They're just going to show live footage of a wolf at the zoo.
Okay, but
that's not what I think.
Not what you expect. Right off
the name and then this guy is not what I thought.
Right off that, he easily looks like he could be the son of Evan from Evan and Carton. So that not what you're expecting.
Why did the Minnesota Timberwolves not take advantage of draft?
That's true. Minnesota Danny Wolf really was right up there with
the perfect pair.
Woody Allen stars in Broadway, Danny Rose. But please show some. This is first of all, I actually kind of like this.
They just don't have this film.
I'm convinced the Nets believe that Trenton Watford is going to get their backup small forward. Someone's going to invest in him and take him, and that's what the Powell pick was. They're going to hoist Russell out, so that's one of the point guards, and they're going to move Whitehead just kind of into the distance, so that's a second point guard, and they needed a backup big. So 4 of these guys have a natural fit.
Why does someone have a Wolf jersey?
Because they knew what was happening.
And I'm loving these highlights.
The fact that so
He
they are
really seems like quite the player.
they are not bothering to show Danny Wolf's highlights, probably because they're not basketball by definition. So the NBA couldn't get the rights.
They
to Danny
even
Wolf's
showed
film.
the other guy who was mugging players.
I mean, right off the bat, the fact that they went with him in the yellow jersey on the big screen just to make him look even paler should tell you their opinion of this guy. But I adore this pick. He looks like the actor who plays young Psych at the start of the episodes of Psych, just to
There
add
we
to
go.
the excitement here. Literally, his highlight was him running, and there is no highlight of this kid. I don't enjoy.
They
watching.
they show
They
like
give,
two.
like,
They've shown
two
two highlights, and
Then they showed
cut
his
'em.
brother.
No, that's so cool.
They literally went to an animated version of basketball.
Jeez. There's also a Josh is also related to them.
Apparently, they're all brothers.
Danny, Jake, and Josh.
Jake and Josh, one of my favorite shows on Nickelodeon growing up, by the way.
I don't think that's the name you think it is.
Literally, it's just a video package of his family. They didn't bother to show highlights. I adore it, ABC. You punted. You absolutely punted on showing it.
His highlight is him nodding in a bland hoodie.
So what they're not showing, Kilroy, that you will appreciate, is he literally plays like me playing NBA Live or NBA Jam. He will just run around randomly, and then he shoots. Why? Because someone hit the triangle button. And it goes well. Don't get me wrong. He puts up points. It'll occasionally end up in the third row, but you literally don't ever know when the ball's leaving his hands, and it's just gone.
They all have his dad's nose.
They did all get his dad's nose.
Who's his dad? Oh yeah.
The man with the nose.
No, I'm literally looking right there. I thought maybe he was like
Now, as someone with a big nose,
Oh, wait, we got Ryan Brown in the house. What's up, Ryan Brown?
better late than never. We appreciate you, Ryan.
Sorry, Ryan Brown. We were talking about some of the great noses in NBA history.
Andre Kirilenko.
Oh, that's a great nose.
the Schnozcast.
Trying to think, what are some good noses?
It sounds like it could be a great
NBA.
little mini pod within our show.
Yeah, go ahead. Feel free, Ryan Brown, basketball historian that you are in the audience. Some of the great noses in NBA history. Go.
And WNBA. We're not gonna. We're not.
Yeah,
we're
we're
not
gonna
sexist.
I don't think noses are gender biased.
His brother is crying more than he is.
It should have been me.
Like, I
have more
oh,
highlights.
look who the.
Oh wow.
That's interesting. They do need a guard.
Boston refuses to spend money so bad. They're gonna hide the pick on their taxes.
No.
So, as much fun as I'm having with Danny Wolf, we do need to keep this going. We have 3 picks left. Ryan, again, thank you for joining us. Boston is taking Hugo Gonzalez out of Spain. If you two want to get on your Twitter accounts and see if you can figure this out, Hugo Gonzalez is a unique pick because it is unknown whether he's coming over this year or next year. Based on the fact Boston is
No, he's not
drafting
being
him,
listed as a wing.
W stands for watch out. He's coming.
No updates from Shams.
Good player. I like
He
this
seemed
kid a
to be.
lot.
Yeah, it's just.
The fact that they're willing to show highlights of him should tell you he's already better.
What is this? Why is he getting highlights?
Skipped Danny.
But they
Just skipped Danny Wolf's highlights.
it was
completely.
two barely like videos of him playing basketball.
One was him.
One was a
one was
layup,
him getting ready to shoot a 3.
and they cut up before he shot it and released, and that was it. You don't even know if he made it.
Oh
Did
man,
the Nets just botch this draft
I
entirely?
love Danny. I
If they
adore
don't-
Danny
If their
Wolf.
GM isn't fired,
I adore Danny. I love this draft for the Nets. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna go on the record and say I
No, because
really
it's a you draft where you draft 84 players in your drafts.
listen. They needed 2 point guards. They got 2 point guards. They needed a big. They got a big. Why they took characters out of Major League 3, I have no idea. But oh my God, Brown, you've done it. You cheeky son of a gun, you've done it. Ryan says Boban Marjanovic with the best nose in the NBA. And I think he's right.
Ooh, by the way, he's looking to make a comeback. that backup's big for the Knicks.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Brown, I like that.
They
ball
had a
lot.
highlight of a guy pulling his pants off more than they had anything with Wolf.
That's a bit on the nose.
This is just.
Don't worry about that.
I'm just.
I'm just angry.
I want to see Wolf, and I'm too late.
Later on, Google some Danny Wolf highlights. You will love it. And listen, they went out and they said we need 3 guards,
He's
a
about to
forward,
show
and a
the
center.
Wolfpack.
I love it. Let's get as silly as we can.
You're sick of me already. I love it.
So is this actually Phoenix's pick?
This is actually Phoenix's pick.
Oh.
Yes. The best part of this, by the way, is that they still have the Nets still have one more to go tomorrow, where
Can they stick the landing?
they should add a fullback looking center. There are so many.
Back McNeely's gone this far.
Brett-
So surprising.
Brown, the biggest shock of the night. Sorry, the question in the chat was, "What's the biggest shock of the night?" Portland took a 16th overall, took a center from China who most people had going somewhere around 40, and ESPN hates. If you look at ESPN's research on him, they're like, he's slow, he can't play, he can't do
He has
anything.
no basketball.
Yeah, he has no
I-
real intelligence. They're comparing him to the Jokic of China, but ESPN doesn't see it that way. But this is a team that just made a trade for Drew Holiday. Looked like they were trying to get into the playoffs this year, and then they go and take arguably one of the biggest unknowns in the entire draft. So that was pretty shocking.
Who does Phoenix take?
The other big shock was Ace Bailey, who refused to work out for most teams because he was trying to get to either Washington or a major market. Utah said, we don't care, and took him 5th overall anyway. Yeah, Brown. Brown calls him Yao Mid. And I think that's genius.
That might be.
That's very nice. Brown came in and just wrecked this draft in 7 minutes. Gets the best nose in NBA history. It's Yao Mid. That's nice work right there, Ryan. Very nice. Yao Mid. I adore that.
I can't wait till he becomes a permanent fixture.
Yeah, the only problem, Ryan, is that if he either never comes over to America or is great, the name doesn't work. But if he plays like 8 seasons of 6.2 rebound ball off the bench, you nailed it perfectly.
So who does, because so they don't need a center, right? Because they drafted a center and traded for a center.
Yes.
So
So
they don't need any more.
this unfortunately, this almost has to be Rasheer Fleming. He basically is Royce O'Neal. Until I see him in the same room together, they might be the same person. But it allows him to trade Royce O'Neal. So my guess is this will be Fleming, and they'll move on from Royce. Otherwise, you can never have enough of Royce O'Neals. I mean, they're good players, but
I hear Royce O'Neal can fetch a first-round pick.
he has. I hear he has. I mean, in a world where Phoenix is apparently willing to trade anybody for one first-round pick.
Oh, we have time to waste on showing a man's bald head, I guess.
But I still can't get those Wolf highlights.
Yeah, that was the. I think that's what you walked in on, Ryan. The Nets have had 5 picks and have managed to make 5 questionable decisions. And the 5th guy was so questionable. ESPN basically didn't even have ABC didn't even have a highlight package for him. They showed a crudely drawn animation of him and his brothers playing basketball in the driveway growing up. But it wasn't video. It was a drawing of 3
It
children.
was like
It was cartoon. It was poorly done
It
cartoon.
was like a
of
really,
3 kids
really
playing
bad
basketball.
YouTube animation.
It would have been very good.
They spent more-
2005
Spent more
YouTube.
time
animation.
showing all the baldy McBaldies in the crowd than they did showing Danny Wolf highlights.
So yeah, Colin
So my guess of 11:30
is on par. I was I knew it was going to go fast, but I said 11:11 because that way, if it went to 11:11, I could make a wish that this would be over. Ryan, Colin made it exactly 1 net pick before he gave up, and Steve left after 2. We somehow had the honor of seeing all 5.
I guess that's a word. What you can call that.
It was certainly one of the picks of the night.
They are who we thought they were.
Oh,
Bad.
That team needs to get sold or something. I don't know.
It's not that they're on to like their third owner since moving to Brooklyn.
Well, I think it's time to leave Brooklyn, in my opinion. Ever since they
Oh,
went to
here we
Brooklyn,
go.
it's
This
been
is
a mess.
McKinley.
Oh, McNeely, yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
Read
So
that.
I mean, so Phoenix is taking Liam McNeely, shooting guard out of UConn. They have a ton of shooting guards, but he's such a unique beast in what he does, where he is just strictly a shooter. He's kind of his own thing.
I mean,
you
he's
know-
also this guy was supposed to be a much higher pick,
Right. So,
you can't
You're
like
kind of taking the
fault.
best person.
however, there's also a chance they're trading this. I mean, someone would want to move in on
Oh,
this.
proposed
obviously.
trade to no, this is
The Hornets.
The Hornets.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, he is being moved. He's going to be moved to Charlotte,
What's up with
which is another team that can always use more scoring off its bench. So that's
the
not a
Hornets seem to
terrible
love their
idea.
UConn players.
Oh, was this part of the trade? Are we just forgetting it?
It might have
Oh,
been.
is this part of the Mark
This is
Williams trade?
Mark
Okay,
Williams
so
trade.
this is the
Yeah.
end of the Mark Williams trade. Good call, Kilroy. So this makes sense for future. When we do this again next year, we're gonna have to keep track of. We're gonna have to keep.
Yeah, we
just
actually have to
running
do
lists
a
on our
better
own.
job. We've been,
Uh,
this is only like our fourth year doing
Well,
this.
no.
We're just
I'll tell you
progressively getting worse.
because of the way the NBA does trades, it's not updating on ESPN, right? Because none of these trades are official; they're all quote proposed. So if you are watching on the computer like we are, instead of doing any sort of handy scratching work, it says it's Phoenix pick because it technically is. But so that's why we're following along here, which we really shouldn't be, because it only says traded to after they make the pick. It doesn't say
Okay,
leading up
so
to
this
it.
is the Clippers. The Clippers really could just
The Clippers can do anything they want. The Clippers have a bunch of free agents.
who's their backup center?
Amir Coffey, but he might be gone. He's a free agent. Nick Batum might be retiring, or he's a free agent. Patty Mills is either retiring or he's a free agent.
Nick
I'm
Batum
surprised
replacement.
Patty Mills is
Ben
still.
Ben
Nick
Simmons.
Batum replacement.
Well, Noah Penda from France actually compares very favorably to Nick Batum. Rasheer Fleming actually
Now, so here's my
kind of acts
if-
like Robert Covington.
If
So
Raynar doesn't get picked here,
mhm.
I can see the Knicks trying to trade here.
I could see them going early on, but so real quick, because we're going to run out of time here in just a few minutes. Thank you, by the way, for joining us tonight. We have one pick left, but just to kind of look ahead here tomorrow. So if I did this correct, which I may have, Sacramento and Indiana got involved in the draft, which means we're looking at Detroit at 37, Golden State at 41, Milwaukee at 47, Cleveland at 49, and again at 58, the Knicks at 50, and the Lakers at 55. Those are the teams that only start picking tomorrow. And that'll be interesting because the Knicks can kind of use anything, especially if we think they're going to blow up their bench because those were all Tibbs guys. Cleveland needs to replace Ty Jerome. They only have one job, so they'll kind of navigate to find a point guard. The Lakers need a big. Golden State's the interesting one because do they take a four? Do they tip their hand about what they're doing with Jonathan Kuminga? And then Detroit needs shooting because they're going to lose Malik Beasley. Someone's going
Okay,
to help it
so-
for Malik Beasley.
Boston has the second pick in the second round. Assuming this is correct.
Yeah, so Boston's going to pick pretty early on. That could be really anything for them. Minnesota really needs a point guard. Replace Mike Conley at 31. We'll see what happens there.
But there's no good point guards available, right?
Yeah, so it'll again. I think it's really
like he's
he's more of a wing.
yeah.
He'd be listed as a
He's
W if this draft kept going.
6'11", jeez.
This is the first year, remember, that the NBA is splitting this into two nights. So it'll be interesting to see if teams make more trades
I don't know
because
why
they
no
have
one's
the
gonna
extra
watch the second.
10 hours. I think it's a rate. I think they're going to bring it back. I think this is going to be a ratings disaster. But I think it's going to help some teams. I think some teams are going to have some time to think, but I also think some teams are going to have some time to overthink, and we might see some action we don't normally get.
Oh, Clippers, come on, put a pick in.
We don't care what it is. Just put a pick in.
Just to finish that
Just
thought,
redraft Kawhi Leonard.
by the way, it'll be interesting. So the Lakers are at 55 tomorrow. That's their first pick. The Knicks are at 50 and could definitely use a big. Milwaukee's at 47, and with Lopez and Sims being free agents, could use a big. So I question: are the Lakers going to try and make moves? I mean, there's a ton of centers, but you don't want to be.
The Lakers are looking for a vet.
the last
That's what they want. They're looking for a starting center.
They are, but at the same time, they need every. I mean, they really don't have a big on that roster after free agency clears. They can afford to double up, and they're not going to be able to trade the 56 for a vet or a 55 for a veteran big. So that'll be interesting. Detroit also tomorrow at 37 is going to have to find a shooting guard. If Jameer Watkins is gone, they're in trouble. So you may see them trade up to protect Jameer Watkins because there really isn't, much by way of shooting guards.
Sixers, could they go for a backup center?
They definitely could. Andre Drummond does have the player option, but
Also, Charlotte could now that they got rid of Mark Williams.
that's true. Although I genuinely don't know what if either of those picks still belong to them. We'll have to see how this all settles in. But they need a backup center. I'll tell you, I don't believe for a second the Sixers are going to be able to retain Gershon Yabusele. They need a backup 4 at 35 tomorrow. So we'll do a post show, by the way, and cover some winners and losers.
I'm kidding.
And about the second round, there are still some big names out there. A lot of teams can still cash in. The Brooklyn Nets are probably going to do one more ridiculous thing, but we will make sure to cover all of that.
Please stick the ridiculous landing. I need you guys to stick that landing.
I'll tell you, it's an interesting draft in that there are still some fun pieces out there, but nobody obvious. Like nobody has been missed to a point where it's like, who's going to stop the fall? So the Nets really can't do much more to help themselves. They can only, to Tommy's, how you just said it there, they can really only complete the perfect imperfect lineup here.
That's your starting five now.
So,
there.
It's just four guards and a center who shoots from anywhere. But again, as we're kind of wrapping up here, again.
Oh, I see, because that was a Charlotte. Oh, man.
Oh. Yeah, so weird draft. I got to be totally honest.
Mm-hmm.
Ace Bailey, I think, kind of messed things up for a lot of teams at the top of the draft. Him going to Utah kind of threw some things off. We got some normalcy by about 15. Lot of trades. Fun draft for sure.
Can we just announce the pick? What are you reading?
Usually, a lot of those trades were
Definitely
trades
a
that
while.
happened before the draft. There weren't really any
Like
in the midst of the draft kind of.
it's been a
trades.
couple of minutes that the pick has been made.
Oh, we saw a lot of movement
Here we
there.
go. Penn State Center,
Conan Niederhauser.
I guess.
Niederhauser.
I have
Fine.
no clue who this is.
I don't know if the center was a position they needed to address right now, but whatever.
It's gonna go to the G. He's gonna go to the G League.
So this was a guy who was supposed to go a little bit lower. This is the center out of Penn State, Niederhauser, going at 30 overall. This is protection against Amir Coffey leaving in free agency. I read an article. The statistics suggest they should not retain Amir Coffey. Nick Batum should be retiring, so that's the second forward they're losing. So they needed a big forward. Probably makes more sense, but given what's on the big board right now, it's not the worst of ideas. It's tough to justify taking a center at all at this point because that's pretty much all that's left in the second round. You're going to see just a bunch of super senior and senior centers from pretty big schools going. I actually would have taken the kid from Creighton, better defender, better
I
rebounder.
would say the Nets did a great job taking all the point guards because that there's like no point guard pool.
Yeah, no, the Nets really just act. I mean, I think they did it accidentally. But Brown, thank you so much. Love you, brother.
Good night, Ryan.
But I think overall they accidentally cornered the market. And like I said, because it's a 2-day draft, it's not like a team doesn't now have, the draft picks up again in what, roughly 20 hours. A team could be looking and going, we botched that. We really need to find a guard. Let's get the Nets on the phone and see what we can do. So it'll be interesting to see because we have the first 2-day draft, if teams are moving picks they wouldn't normally. Now, I could be totally wrong. This could be just a very boring, very normal, 3 or 4 teams buy a pick and everyone else just keeps working. But I feel like in a world where the more we think about things, the more we overthink things, giving 30 GMs 20 extra hours to technically be in an active draft can only end well for fans of chaos, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for joining us.
Love you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Catch us, I don't know, in a few weeks.
Yeah, we'll let this free agency settle probably, and then we'll check in on that. It's going to be a very unique free agency because it feels like there's a ton of names out there, but not big ones. So we'll see which teams can kind of deepen their benches. We also have a lot of team options and a lot of player
I
options.
think we're not necessarily done seeing trades.
We're not done seeing trades for
There's
sure,
gonna be a
but
big trade
you know, we
sale.
saw Fred VanVleet opt in with Houston. We saw Daniel Gafford opt in with Dallas. So we'll kind of see how boring free agency looks, which in turn will lead to more chaos in trades. So the way we've operated the last 5 summers or whatever, somehow we think we're done. We do our summer wrap up show, and then like 36 hours later, an all-star gets traded and Kilroy wakes me up at 9 a.m. to do a follow-up show. So chances are we're probably doing 2 of these things.
All right. In all fairness, that's probably not going to be happening anymore. 'Cause I do have a
That's
second
true.
kid.
You do have a kid, but and a second kid. Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
announced, so I can now say it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very exciting. We're looking forward to it.
Congrats.
Now we both have a replacement in 20 years' time. They can each take one of our jobs, so that's great. Tommy, you're still going to be sitting in the back.
Yeah, I'll be the old man like,
You can get replaced by the first. I'll get replaced by the second one.
Right.
We
Yeah,
have one.
Aaron is going to take over.
Yeah.
All right. And good night. I'm hanging up.
Love you guys. Love you, everybody.
Where's the button?